instructing the printer of those political mailers to destroy all of the evidence. Now, this is not the forgery of this century. You'll see that what was sent out, this political mailer, included an endorsed list of candidates that were endorsed by the party. It was accurate. Those people listed as endorsed were in fact endorsed, including Mr. Uible himself. But he's not sitting in that chair simply because of that. You'll learn that the party did not authorize this as required by the executive committee. You'll learn that the party did not pay for this as purported and identified on the mailer. Well, he knew better. He has been in the party for decades. He has been on the executive committee for over a decade. In fact, he was even the chairman. He did know better. He uses that knowledge, that experience, that familiarity with the system to his benefit to sneak, cheat, lie, cover up, and destroy the evidence of what he was doing. He repeatedly lies to Detective Berger, who's tasked to investigate. He misdirects Detective Berger. And, of course, he takes it one step further. And after knowing that investigation is underway, or one is likely to be instituted, he does his best to cover it up by contacting Minuteman Press, the organization that printed this mailer, and directing them to destroy all of the evidence. Not just emails or financial records, destroy everything. They did, not knowing that, in fact, what he was requesting was in fact something untoward. Your Honor, that's why he's sitting in that chair. This takes place during the 2020 primary election season. Originally, the primary slated to kick off mid-March, I think March 14th. And in the months before that March 14th election day, the party endorsed candidates, published a voter guide, and of course the defendant was one of them. You'll hear from Greg Simpson, the current chairman of the Clermont County Republican Party, and he's going to explain the makeup of the party and the primary functions, in particular that there's a central committee with 180 or so members that votes and endorses candidates. You'll learn about the executive committee, which has 28 members. And that committee is the one that authorizes and approves expenditures, with Greg Simpson as the leader. There is a constitution, there's an endorsement policy, both of which help guide those processes of endorsement and of expenditures. And at this point, mid-March, during that primary cycle, both the local party, the Clermont County Republican Party, as well as the state party, have already spent lots of money doing exactly what they're designed to do in the lead up to a primary election, which is publish, create, and mail out political mailers. They've done that in anticipation of that March election date. But, of course, this is when the pandemic hit. Like most things, it caused a delay, and the state of Ohio pushed its primary back from March 14th to the end of April, which meant that there was, in fact, a little bit more time to push out mailers if the appropriate party so deemed it was important to do so. It also meant that a lot more people were going to be voting by absentee mail, thus some more people to send things to. And this is pretty much where the story begins. It's about a 10-day window that you'll see over the next day or so. David Uible wanted to send out more mailers. The party, John, can we get was somewhat divided on whether or not more mailers needed to go out. So that executive committee, those 28 members, It's their decision whether or not to mail something. There hadn't been a decision, so as you'll see, beginning on March 26th, David Uible, without authorization from the party, at least seeks a quote. Now, the state's not alleging that there's anything illegal about seeking a quote, but he contacts Ken Hare, a printer who you'll hear from today, about purchasing some chasers on behalf of the party. Now, David Uible's not chairman. He doesn't necessarily act instead of the party, but he's seeking quotes. Later on that evening, he contacts the executive committee, emails all of them, and says, hey, guys, this is urgent. We need to meet. We need to vote on pushing out more chasers. Let's do what we can to do so. You'll learn that that next day, later on that evening, at about just after midnight, even though the executive committee is not scheduled to meet yet, Uible confirms the order and says, I'll get you a check. Not, I'll get a check from the party, or I'll talk to Greg Simpson about it. He says, I will get you a check. So then the next day, we see a flurry of emails between some of the members of the party and David Uible, and there's a decision to schedule a meeting. So that's the plan. Right now, David Uible might be acting a bit premature, but nothing illegal has happened yet. March 30th, at this point, while these emails are going back and forth, Ken Hare, as you'll learn, is a printer and has been a printer for the party for a number of years. He's generally familiar with the process. After midnight, when David Uible approves this order and says, I'll get you a check, that raises an alarm with Ken Hare. He calls Greg Simpson and is advised that no, there's no authorization to print this. So you'll hear from Ken Hare saying that. He responds to David Uible and says, with all due respect, you're not the chairman, I've got to take my marching orders from the chairman. And I talked to him, he said, don't print them. There hasn't been approval. David Uible acknowledged, you're right, there hasn't been approval, my bad. So we move on. A few days later, you'll learn that over the course of these next 2 or 3 days, David Uible undertakes, again, the effort to seek additional quotes for these mailers. He hasn't accepted that decision that it's not going to happen. He contacts another printer, I believe it's Staples. He talks to a Jay Heidemann. And lastly, he also talks to a Kendall Lemon for Minuteman Press in Hamilton County. He requests those chasers. Within a few hours, they're talking back and forth. They have identified what these chasers are going to look like. Kendall Lemley with Minuteman Press has explained cost. David Uible pops down and says, all right, here we go. We're ready to go. Hands him a personal check. So right off the bat, on that first Monday, these chasers are already ordered. Keeping in mind that appointment to authorize these chasers has not happened. It was supposed to happen sometime on the 1st or 2nd. But at this stage, that meeting is canceled. So David Uible is under full awareness that there will be no authorization, period. And yet he still undertakes the printing of this on behalf of the party, purportedly. You'll see that how this was generally set up, what Kendall Lemley will tell you, is that the Board of Elections was going to send, when an individual applies for an absentee ballot, the Board of Elections keeps a roster of all new applicants. That list of applicants is then available as the public record for candidates. Every so often, David Uible would grab a copy of that Board of Elections list of those new absentee ballots, requesters, then push that off to Kendall Lemley, who would then put addresses on these mailers to send out. So what you'll see is that we've got essentially not one printing job, but about 10, or about a dozen, about 1,000 each, where you're giving these waves of new people who are applying for ballots, and it's immediately followed with the chaser. So you'll learn that this happened at least 3 times, where Uible paid for in advance, and received these chasers and sent them out. Just taking a quick look at what the chasers look like. On the right-hand side, this is what was sent out before the original March 14th election. And you'll see it's got official endorsed candidates, Clermont County Republican Party. It says paid for by the party. Greg Simpson is chairman. You'll see here that it's got this Republican Party letterhead here, return address of Greg Simpson, and it says here's your official sample ballot. On the left, this is the chaser that David Uible and Minuteman Press created. Virtually identical, the back sides. Same candidates match up. However, of course, you see on the front that this now says from the party, it's in different color ink, different print. It also says paid for by the party. Where this forgery comes into play is exactly that. It's saying that this was sent from the Clermont County Republican Party. It was not. It was sent from David Uible. It is saying that this was paid for by the Clermont County Republican Party. It was not. It was paid for by David Uible. Going back to that April 2nd day. This is quite critical as we go through this timeline. This is not, oh man, I did something wrong and I gotta cover it up. As he proceeds through these steps of doing what he's doing, he knows what he's doing, that it's wrong. He's taking steps to ensure that he's not going to get caught. You'll learn that Kendall Lemley advises him that, well, Mr. Uible, there's three ways of mailing something like this. There's first class postage, business stamp, put it on. There's metered mail, and then there's bulk mail. Bulk mail is you go down to the Dalton Avenue, down in Cincinnati, drop off a big set. Well, bulk mail, there's cameras, there's tracking. Metered mail is similar. You learn that David Uible, when Kendall Lemley asks him, he says, Uible, I'm sure it's tedious to put a stamp on thousands of these chasers. Why don't we do metered mail? Well, David Uible says, cannot be tracked. Is there a unique identifier when those mail those items are metered for mail? When he checks on it and says, yes, that's the case, so Uible says no. We'll just stick with first class stamps. So you'll see this repeated conduct where as this is going along, he's trying to cover up his tracks as much as possible. So now we're fast forwarding to April 6th. At this stage, these mailers are hidden. And a few people, particularly those on the Central Committee, the Executive Committee, understand that there was no authorization for these. So they shouldn't have been sent out. Oddly enough, at the same time, this is when Kendall Lemley is sending messages to David Uible saying that this next wave is ready to be picked up. You'll learn from Greg Simpson later this morning that in the evening of that Monday, April 6th, he's given a heads up saying, these chasers are going out. What's the story? You'll see a particular email from one of the Executive Committee members that says, this is illegal. What has happened? We can't be doing this. No one authorized it. The Executive Committee meeting was canceled, and it's still happening. You'll see that Greg Simpson notifies that sender that he's referring this to the Secretary of State's office. He agrees this is wrong, and he's going to notify the Secretary of State office. All while these email chains are going through, David Uible is CC'd. He's aware of this. He's aware that someone is accusing this conduct as illegal. He's aware that the chairman is going to refer this to the Secretary of State's office. The next day, Greg Simpson does, but he also calls the Clermont County Sheriff's Office and files a complaint or registers a complaint with that office. The investigation is detailed to Detective Bernard Berger. He does his best to get his head wrapped around some of the vernacular and phrasing used by the party and what this chaser is and the significance of it. When he does so, he takes the next logical step, which is to Contact some of the people that are on the endorsed candidates list. He calls David Uible on April 8th, leaves a message, no answer. On Thursday, April 9th, at about 10:19, Berger calls Uible again. He gets through, and there's a 15-20 minute or so phone call that you will listen to, sir, in which Bernard Berger confronts David Uible with his chase. Simply put, he had no idea necessarily, but made logical sense. He had evidence that David Uible was soliciting bids from other people. He's an endorsed candidate. It would make sense that he's probably one of the ones that wanted to print it. He denies it. He lies about it at least 2 occasions during that phone call and denies it. Immediately after that, Uible calls Greg Simpson. Tells Greg Simpson he didn't do it. David Uible's fully aware that there's an investigation. On April 6th in that evening, he was told it was illegal. There was one of the Secretary of State's office. The next day, 2 days later, he gets a call from Bernard Berger, the sheriff's office. And on Thursday, he realized that he actually talked to someone from the sheriff's office. After David Uible denies what he did, Bernard Berger starts calling around just to any printing office that he can find and stumbles upon Minuteman Press and Kendall Lemley. And you'll learn that Kendall Lemley has an employee by the name of David Johnson. And it's at that point that he realizes that David Uible is the one, in fact, who is orchestrating or paying for these mailers. He stops down to Kendall Lemley's office, and has a chat with him, explains what has happened. Kendall Lemley tells him point blank, yeah, I was the one printing it. And also, I deleted everything. He told me to delete everything. Yes. So I destroyed everything. David Johnson raises his hand. So we've got some internal emails that we still have. So we do have some things. Bernard Berger has the idea that maybe we can get David Uible on the phone. So he stages a call. While at Minuteman Press, Bernard Berger calls David Uible. The idea is that when he talked to Uible the day before, Uible said, yeah, I did talk to Ken here. Yeah, I did talk to Jay Heisman. Yeah, I did talk to Staples, but they all couldn't do it. But I also had my own personal mail printed up that he paid. Well, Bernard Berger followed up the next day saying, well, where did you get that personal mail? There's a little hymn and a call from David Uible. Finally, he says, well, I got it from Minuteman Press. Detective Berger again confronts him and says, did you have these mailers printed off on behalf of the party? He says, no. They hang up after a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Within seconds, David Uible calls Kendall Lemley. His call is recorded. The first 7 or so minutes of this 15-minute call, they're talking about that personal mailing. Then it slips into, oh, by the way, you might get a call from law enforcement. And just during this discussion over the next several minutes, you hear that David Uible acknowledges that he had him delete these records, destroy this stuff, and he tells him that, you know, if you're still good to talk to law enforcement, you can lie. If he comes back with a warrant, then you do whatever you have to do. We have a recorded call, him acknowledging what he's done in the last couple of days. Now, as I mentioned, that forgery is not forgery of the century. So the state certainly is focusing on cover the crimes that David Uible did to cover up, protect himself for what he did. And even though he had these records deleted, some things survived. We have a few emails. You'll learn that attachments to these emails are deleted. Actual art is deleted. So they listen to him. Tells them that he doesn't want to be in the system called QuickBooks. Because of this request to delete records, you'll learn from Kendall Lemley that they have this internal system called Flex, or Minuteman Press. This system allows them to track orders, payments, Well, he deleted him out of this class. Told him that he didn't have to be in there and that he didn't want to be there, and removed him. So as we proceed through this case, I do ask that you focus on these lies, because the lies themselves are criminal, but these lies are the ones that help cover up this crime and try to ensure that he's going to get away with it. Focus on this timeline, because this timeline is critical in understanding the steps that he took to cover up his tracks and to ensure that he was going to get away with it. And of course, that recorded call, which will certainly sum up much of what he did. For these acts, the state has charged the defendant with several crimes. First, tampering with evidence.
You have to stay behind the microphone. Actually, what I'm going to do, that is the attorney. I didn't tell you this before.
Yes, sir.
That is the attorney podium. So, and it also, in order to use it, you have to stay back there.
Yes, sir.
And it helps us keep the recording system working properly. So if you can go back there.
Yes, sir.
And my apology, because I didn't tell you that. And John told me he was having problems with the recording. So.
Well, in your defense, sir, John told me it, so I was on notice, and apparently I strayed. So sorry about that. With respect to the tampering with evidence, obviously there's no question that he was complicit in procuring, soliciting, asking someone to delete this innocent person, Kendall Lemley. But the critical feature is, of course, knowing that first element, knowing that an official proceeding or investigation is in progress or is about to be or is likely to be instituted. Well, again, you're on notice that he was on notice that Secretary of State's office was going to be notified, that someone alleged it was illegal, and then the law enforcement investigation just begins the next day, which he is then made aware. Counts 2 and 3 are both forgery. Now, counts 2 and 3 both relate specifically to that mail. The charge in the alternative, one is the forging of another's writing without that person's authority, and the other is forgery writing so that it purports to be the act of another, though actually unauthorized. Charge using the alternative specifically, as you will see the inset from this email here, that initial request is that Minuteman Press attached as a postcard, which I need to have printed. Here are the details. I need a quote for a mailable postcard, 35 cents. One side is attached, and the other side with the address will need to be the following edit. So he's making this card. He's telling them what to add. The next 4 charges are also forgeries, but these are by way of uttering. Specifically, thousands of these went into circulation. But in particular, the state is identifying at least 4. One to a Kayla Sargent, one to a Terry Huber, one to an Otto Huber, and one to a John McGraw. These will be states exhibits 1 through 4. There's a stipulation that these, in fact, are what they purport to be. And then lastly, we have 3 falsification charges, and these relate to the discussions that Detective Berger had with David Uible over the phone on a recorded call. In particular, the first one on April 9th, where there are 2 denials. First, he's asked if he made the chasers. No, I did not. And then he's asked a very long question. No question about what the intent of the question is. He asked if he has any knowledge of the card being purchased, ordered, printed, and mailed. And he said, no, that's correct, I don't. And then again on April 10th, the next day, he was again asked while Detective Berger was at Minuteman Press, did you do this? And he said, no, I did not. I hope that the testimony will be short and clear, and it will certainly document and detail his actions. There's no excuse or explanation for this conduct, but for the fact that he knew better and he knew what he was doing. And for that, sir, we'll ask you to hold him accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Croswell?
Yes, Your Honor. Should I go over here?
Yes,
also?
please.
will be brief because you are going to hear the evidence. But let me suggest to the court that I believe the evidence will show that this case is not as simple as the prosecution made it. And there are dynamics at play which explain my client's conduct in this case. He does not deny ordering the mailer. He does not deny mailing the mailers. He does not deny talking with Kendall Limley and asking him to lie for him. Nor does he deny being less than truthful with Detective Love. When you take my client's conduct into account here, you will hear that at this point in his life, he was embroiled and involved in a conflict with an individual by the name of Chris Hicks. Mr. Uible will tell you that he believed that Chris Hicks, for whatever reason, had singled him out and had moved from simply trying to engage in a political assassination to then a personal assassination, and then an attempt to assassinate, at least figuratively, Mr. Uible's family. He will tell you that he was under constant duress from Mr. Hicks. He will tell you that Mr. Hicks went as far as the evidence will show, Mr. Uible had been convicted of a misdemeanor previously. The evidence will show that Mr. Hicks went so far as to rent a billboard on Route 32 with a picture of David Uible's mugshot, decrying what a criminal and what a horrible person he was. You'll find out that Mr. Hicks took it upon himself to have almost an hour-long YouTube interview to discuss problems that Mr. Uible's brother had. You will hear that not only has Mr. Hicks engaged in this type of conduct with Mr. Uible, but he has engaged in this type of conduct throughout the county and outside the county, and that he has a reputation for being extremely vicious in his attacks on people. And it's in that backdrop that David Uible made decisions that he made. On late March of 2020, it was determined that a primary would be rescheduled, it had been canceled because of COVID. And I believe it will be fair to say, and the evidence will show, that the rules and upheaval that this COVID virus caused, the governmental rules, the ability to meet, not meet, the sliding scale, if you will, of what people could do, how they could interact in relation to what then was, in fact, the novel virus, something that people are familiar with. But it was determined that there would be a primary in April, and a group of people within the Republican Party, all who were executives, had numerous conversations where they discussed the necessity of printing, if you will, a chaser to send to absentee voters. It's not a particularly unique political maneuver. I would call it Politics 101, that you send a chaser that is your endorsed candidate, and you send your own chaser to anyone who takes an absentee ballot. And it's important to send it at the time that the absentee ballots arrive to voters. There was a discussion, and there is no question, Mr. Uible was one of the ones that wanted to push the doing the mailer. There were numerous conversations or emails back and forth. But in any event, it's undisputed that a meeting was set for April 1st to vote on doing these mailers, on sending out the chasers. Mr. Uible will tell you that he had conversations with 13 or 14 of the people on the Central Committee, including Mr. Simpson, and that the clear consensus was the party would vote then on April 1st as a standard political tactic. It's in that backdrop that he decided he himself would order the mailers so that they would be available. To wait until the 1st and then go through several days of trying to have them printed, you lose 3 or 4 days of mailers that would go to absentee ballots. So he did take it upon himself. With his own understanding, at least, that he was doing a service to the Republican Party, took it upon himself to have these mailers printed. Now, what he had printed, number one, was accurate. Number two, was a copy of a slate card, which itself had been printed by him at the behest of the Republican Party, 28,000 of them, and that he had had them actually delivered to Republican headquarters and had them delivered to individual candidates to hand out at the different polls and different political events and things. It was that card that he had reproduced. So as a starting point, the card was accurate in its entirety. It showed the endorsed candidates, and he believed when he ordered those that the vote on April 1st would authorize exactly what he was doing. So much so that the evidence will show you that when he went to Mr. Lemley to order these, he gave Mr. Lemley his personal check, and he asked him to hold his personal check because he would return in a couple days with a Republican Party check that would be issued based upon the authorization of this mail. So there's absolutely no question of any type whatsoever. The evidence will show when he ordered these, he believed that he was performing service for the party, and he will tell you that. And he will tell you that he anticipated the meeting being canceled. Pardon me, the meeting being held on April 1st. The mailers were ordered on the morning of March 31st, 2020. That's when Mr. Lemley took the order, and that's when we believe he printed all of the cards that would go out as mailers. Originally 12,000 were ordered, but we believe that 4,000, is our understanding, were printed that first day. One of the reasons, Mr. Uible will tell you, that he picked Lemley, there were two reasons. One, Mr. Lemley was also preparing a 5x7, however big these cards are that go out, a 5x7 glossy mailer with Mr. Simpson's picture on, Mr. Uible's picture on, which indicated that he was running for the position he was running for and that he, in fact, was the endorsed Republican candidate. That mailer went in to the same mail that the chaser wrote. So to suggest that he had any specific benefit of mailing this thing, which was in and of itself accurate, would really not be true, because he was sending his own mailer and Lemley was doing it. Mr. Simpson will also tell you, and I assume that Lemley will acknowledge this, that one reason that he picked Lemley to do his own and to do the others is that Lemley was cheaper than the other bids, but more importantly, Lemley agreed to print the labels and put them on the cards. It's our understanding that on the 31st, Lemley printed all 4,000 cards in question. It's also our understanding that after the meeting was canceled on the 31st, it was anticipated in conversations that Mr. Simpson or Mr. Uible had with others that the meeting would be rescheduled. There will be testimony even that others expected it to be rescheduled and that there would be a retroactive vote to authorize this chaser. During the 3 or 4 days following the 31st and the printing of the glossy chaser, Lemley did put address labels on it, as we understand it, and they were mailed. While all of that is true, the evidence will fail to show that Mr. Uible did this for the purpose of defrauding the Republican Party or Greg Simpson. Indeed, he will tell you that he thought he was performing a service, that he had talked to others and they wanted this done. Mr. Simpson will testify even that he said at the time, if somebody would print him, he'd pay $1,000 himself to get it done. To further confirm this, Mr. Simpson sent a letter to the Ohio Elections Commission after the fact, indicating that on behalf of the Republican Party and himself, he believed that Mr. Uible was justified in reproducing accurate election information for his own race, and that he in fact had committed no crime to Mr. Simpson's knowledge. Now, Mr. Simpson's not the prosecutor, he's not the police officer, he certainly is not your Honor. But what is important about that is you will see that starting on March 26th through April 9, Mr. Uible had a series of telephone conversations which match up in time shortly after each of these emails were made. There were no issues until April 5th. On April 5th, Chris Hicks sent an email out indicating that he wanted an investigation. He wanted to find out who was sending these out. Whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. Is that it? Yeah. Your Honor, I've had a separation of witnesses. I didn't see it wasn't me. I don't. It's not. It's Simpson. I don't know who it is. It's not Simpson. Unless he's changed all of this. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not his. Mr. Painter. Okay. Everybody's wearing masks. Okay. It's like almost like a movie set. It's on April 5th, Your Honor, that Mr. Hicks raised this issue, and it's on April 5th that my client panicked. Because he, frankly, I believe, rightfully felt, and he will tell you this, that that there was going to be that there would be serious personal repercussions, and that Hicks would use this event to continue his onslaught of abuse to Mr. Uible and his family. And as a result of that, he made some mistakes, right? When Hicks wrote this email saying there was going to be an investigation, and you will see, and Mr. Simpson will agree that there were numerous phone calls that he had as chairman of the party with Mr. Uible. On on April the 8th, Mr. Borger, Officer Borger, did leave a message for Mr. Uible. What's contained, what happened afterwards, was very important. Mr. Uible will tell you, but I believe Mr. Simpson will confirm it. That shortly after Mr. Uible heard that message, he called Simpson to find out what was up. Well, they had a conversation about Hicks and about the repercussions that would occur here with Hicks. But also, Mr. Simpson indicated that he had talked to Detective Borger, and that Borger had told him that this was a political matter, and that the sheriff could not proceed and was going to wash their hands of it, and that what had to be done was Simpson, if he wanted to, had to make a complaint to the Board of Elections, the State Board of Elections. So at that point, Mr. Uible was operating under the theory that the sheriff had said they were going to wash their hands of it, they weren't going to involve themselves in it, and that Simpson, if there were to be an investigation, would have to report to the Board of Elections. And Simpson told Mr. Uible that he wasn't going to do that, that this was just politics, that was the end of it. So it's with that knowledge that Mr. Uible had conversations going forward. And let me say, this is not simply his word against someone's, you will see, and it is replete, even when the detective testifies, he's torn for days and days and days about what they're going to do, about is Simpson going to send this to the state so something can be done? Is he going to send it to the state so a prosecution can commence? Now, they believe that the law said that it had to be referred for prosecution to be commenced, and that's true. It doesn't say for an investigation to commence, but Mr. Uible did not know the difference, nor did he even understand the nuance of that. But repeatedly, throughout the testimony, Borger will admit to it, he'll admit to it, that he himself was perplexed about what to do. But he will also tell you that he was under duress by Hicks. The Sheriff's Department itself was under duress from Hicks, trying to push them and push them and push them to file charges. Mr. Uible knew this, Mr. Simpson knew this, and others knew what was going on. So much so that you'll see that Hicks even had the gall, in my opinion, to threaten Borger, the detective in this case. There's some quote which we'll get to, something to the effect, "You know, nice guy, but I got to do what I got to do. You don't want to cross me." Interestingly enough, it wasn't 20 minutes later till the sheriff decided to file 2 misdemeanor charges against Uible. It's in that backdrop that David Uible acted going forward. He will tell you that at no time did he believe that a criminal investigation was in order. He will tell you, perhaps mistakenly, and perhaps not very complimentary, that he did not believe that Borger was involved in an official investigation. He thought that Borger was reacting because Hicks was harassing Borger and the sheriff and everyone else, and he thought it was a, quote, political witch hunt. That's what he thought it was. In any event, he had conversations with Limley. He will tell you that his conversations with Limley involved him asking Limley to lie. If anybody comes around here, and this predates Borger, this is after Hicks's email and before Borger got involved. If anybody contacts you, if anybody comes around here asking about this, lie to them. Don't front me. Don't tell them I did it. Because he, in his mind, is talking about Chris Hicks showing up at Minuteman Press and what the fallout would be. Interestingly enough, Detective Borger, his first question to Limley, the first statement he makes in his recorded statement to Limley, he says to Limley, on the 9th, I believe it is, 9th or 10th, one or the other, "Why did you ask me if this call was legit or on the up and up?" The reason that Limley had told Borger, or questioned whether he was on the up and up, is because Uible had told him Hicks is after me and it's going to be Hicks. In any event, Dick Uible will tell you that he did ask Limley to lie. He essentially begged him to lie. Will you lie if anybody comes here? Will you lie if anybody comes here? He will tell you at no time did he ask anybody to delete anything. Now, that's supported by the fact that when Borger first asked Limley, did you delete things? Did Uible ask you to do it? He said, no, I did it on my own. I do it as a matter of course. I did it on my own was his answer. And he doubled back again at one point, being pressed by Borger, and said he wasn't sure, but that he routinely does it on his own. David Uible will tell you that he never asked him to delete anything because he never thought there was anything to be deleted. And he didn't think that that was not the issue with Hicks. The issue was just tell him I didn't do it. Tell him you don't know who did it. Lie to me. Now, that comes full circle in this case. Because Borger puts Limley up and coaches him into a telephone call with Uible, anticipating that Uible would call after a call they had. So they had a recorded call. And Borger, you'll hear it, went on to explain to Lemley about how you do a controlled call, about how this will take you off the hook. You won't be in any trouble for this. But what we have to do is we have to have a controlled call, because if we don't have a controlled call, then it'll just be your word against his. We got no proof of anything. So here's how you can perhaps initiate this. If he calls you, tell him that the police have called, what should he do? And then pop the fact that they may show up with a search warrant, and it may not be just as easy as lying. Lemley's response is, or Uble's response is, when Lemley says, it's the police, what should I do? He said, would you lie for me? Please lie for me. Lemley says, well, what happens if the police come? He said, well, you've said all along you'd lie for me. Then, the magic question. Lemley said, well, what do I do if there's a search warrant? Uible said, well, you got to do what you got to do then. I'm just asking you to lie. I'm not asking you to break the law. I'm not asking you to, to do anything. I mean, you got to do what you got to do then, if they come with a search warrant. Well, what's that tell you? It tells you that he's not trying to delete any records. He's not trying to destroy anything. But what he's trying to do is divert attention from himself. And it also tells you, frankly, why would he be telling people to give records over if he thought they'd been destroyed? More importantly, just as importantly, and Mr. King did report this, or references in his opening statement, just as importantly, while Lemley on one hand says he deleted things, he didn't have any trouble retrieving his whole email chain with Uible. He had any trouble finding that. So if he deleted things, what in fact is it deleted? It was deleted. So simply stated, Your Honor, our position is that the state of Ohio will clearly fail in showing that David Uible intended to defraud anyone when he ordered the printing of an accurate slate card, which was already in existence and had been printed by him previously at the request of the Republican Party. And I believe the evidence, I don't know what Mr. Lemley's going to say, because he wouldn't talk to us, which he'll admit to, presumably he'll admit to. He wouldn't talk to us. So I don't know what he's going to say, but I know what he said in his taped statements. And I know he had every opportunity in his taped statements to say, I destroyed this, I destroyed this, I destroyed this, I destroyed this at the insistence of Uible. And I know that he instead acknowledged that he thought he'd done it on his own, or he didn't know why he did it. So our position is that the evidence will fail to show that Mr. Uible asked Mr. Lemley to do anything other than lie, that any fair interpretation of Lemley's statements to the police and the tape statements will show that, and that Mr. Uible is not guilty of tampering with evidence, nor is he guilty of forgery in this case. And we believe that the evidence will fail to show that he is. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. King, you may call your first witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Greg Simpson.
God and somebody's perjury.
Morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
My name is Gregory Simpson.
Can you spell your last name for us, Mr. Simpson?
Simpson.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to be standing here generally asking you questions, but the person that needs to hear your answers is standing to your or sitting to your right. So we'll do our best to ensure that he can hear everything. Mr. Simpson, what do you do for a living?
I'm in the transportation business.
What does that mean to be in the transportation business?
It means I move goods cross-country and internationally, and I've been doing it for many, many years.
Do you live here in Clermont County?
Yes, I do.
So you conduct that business here out of Clermont County?
Here and over in Monroe, Ohio, there's a terminal over there that I work with where we park some of our trucks.
You said you've been doing this for many years. What is many years?
Close to 51.
And how old are you, sir?
I beg you, sir?
How old are you?
I'm 71 years old when I got out of Vietnam.
Are you involved with the Clermont County Republican Party?
Yes, sir.
How so?
I'm the current chairman of the Clermont County Republican Party.
How long have you been the chairman?
It's been about 3.5 years now.
I presume maybe before you became the chairman that you were involved with the party before that as well?
Yes, I was a precinct executive from Miami Township.
We're going to talk a little bit about the components of the Clermont County Republican Party, but generally, how long have you been a member of the Clermont County Republican Party?
If my memory serves me right, close to 20 years now.
You mentioned that you were precinct chairman as well?
That is correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the party and how it's constituted. What are two of the more important committees that exist under the Clermont County Republican Party?
Well, you have the executive committee and you have the central committee.
What is the central committee?
The central committee is made up of we have 166 members. We have 3 vacancies right now. But for each precinct, you have one person who can be elected from that precinct to be on the central committee.
What's the function of these 166 or so individuals?
Well, they work with party operatives, man the polls, just pretty much get active in all party activities.
You mentioned the executive committee. What is the executive committee?
The executive committee are members made up from the central committee. You have the chairman, the vice chairman, treasurer, secretary, and then you have 2 people from the central committee chairman and the vice chairman there. Those are the people who make up the executive committee, and they are voted in. They are nominated by the central committee, and they're voted in by the central committee to be on the executive committee.
What does the executive committee do?
Primarily, they plan. The biggest role is they pay the bills. We have a headquarters, and we maintain the headquarters, payment of the bills, and set forth an agenda with the help of the central committee.
How many people are in this committee?
Well, there's 7, I believe. Yeah. There's myself and the vice chair. Then you have the chairman of the central committee and his vice chair. Then you have the secretary and the treasurer. That's 6. I guess.
So the executive committee is only made up of 6 people?
I believe so. Yes.
What's the committee that has 28 people? Is that or there's 2 from each precinct? Is that
Oh,
the
that's
executive committee?
each township or committee. They get on they sit on the executive committee, and you have like for Miami Township there are 2. each township or voting area like Milford or Loveland, they have two representatives that sit on as voting members of the executive committee.
Okay, so you created a distinction between the 6 or so that have this name title, but then there's 28
Total, correct.
Okay. You mentioned they pay bills.
Yes.
How does that entity, that executive committee, pay bills? How do they decide what bill? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, if a bill, let's say rent, for example, we presented a bill for rent or electric or phone, it's presented in front of the committee. Motion is made to pay all current and bills. We pass that, and then the secretary, or the treasurer, sends out a check to the person that's owed the money.
So in order to pay funds from the party, the committee, the executive committee needs to vote for it and authorize it.
That is correct.
And what is an authorizing vote? Majority?
Majority.
You mentioned rent. What are some of the other things that an executive committee authorizes funds for?
Well, your rent, your phones, we campaign mailers, anything to do with promoting the Republican committee, like the Republican Party in this county. It could be a social, it could be anything of that nature.
Are campaign mailers a big part of that?
Yes.
And then the actual mechanism of payment, is this, you have cash that you hand out, or a check, or a credit card?
It's a check. It's done by check. The bill's presented to the committee. We read it out aloud, what the bill's for, then we vote on it, and then the treasurer sends out the funds.
Thank you for that. So you explained the back end once you have a bill. So how do you even get a bill presented to the committee in the first place?
Well, let's say, the phone bill. It just comes in the mail. And then it's presented to me, and I present it to the committee. They review it, and we vote on it.
What about mailers?
That's different. For example, Mr. Kent Hare is our person we've been using since I've been chairman. We use his printing company. We authorize him to print mailers. And then once he provides us what it's going to cost, we vote on it, we accept his price, he prints it up, and then he will send us a bill. And then vote on it, we present it to the treasurer, and she pays it.
So who initially submits the inquiry to, for instance, Ken Hare?
I did.
You do?
Yes.
Is that typically the role of the chairman?
Pretty much so.
Is it inherently impermissible for anyone else in the executive committee to do so?
Nobody does it but me.
I'm going to show you on the screen what's marked as States Exhibit 28. Before doing so, what are some of the charters or documents that govern how the Clermont County Republican Party works?
We have a constitution.
Showing you what's marked as States Exhibit 28, 12-page document. I don't have a hard copy for it. We're doing this all digitally, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slide through this, allow you to take a look at it. You recognize it, sir?
The oath? Yes, I do.
I apologize. The document in its
Oh, yes,
entirety.
yes.
What is this?
It's our constitution.
Direct your attention to page 8. I believe it is Article 3, paragraph I, L, and N. Would you read that out loud for me?
Yes, the executive committee shall conduct all administer and administer all duties pertaining to political campaigns. Party headquarters, party publications, including news releases, which shall be issued in the name of the chairman or in his absence of the chairman and vice chairman. The chairman or in his or her absence.
I think we're, okay, I just wanted that first sentence. Thank you.
Okay.
So in summary, is this basically stating that when something is published by the party, it goes out in the chairman's name?
That is correct.
And in order to publish something, the executive committee must authorize it first?
That is correct.
If you wouldn't mind reading the first line of section L.
The executive committee shall receive and disperse all funds.
Does that state that no one can spend money on behalf of the party unless the executive committee authorizes it?
That's true. Yep.
I do want to talk about the expenditure of some of those funds, but in a particular instance that involved March of 2020. But before doing so, do you know who David Uible is?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known David Uible?
Maybe 10, 12, 13 years.
And how did you come to meet him 10, 12, 13 years ago?
Well, he was serving as the treasurer of the party, but I was on the county fair board at the time. He ran for a seat on the county fair board. I knew him from there. But I was a precinct executive 8 years ago before he was elected county chairman. So I got to work with him then.
So when you first met him, he was in the party already?
That is correct.
Do you know how long he had been in the party?
I don't know for how long, but he'd been there at least 15, 20 years, I guess.
And in those last 10, 12, 13 years that you mentioned, have you worked alongside of him with regard to party business?
Yes, I have.
Did he at all times exhibit an understanding of how to conduct party business?
Yes,
Did he have an understanding of the role of the executive committee?
very much so.
Did he serve as chairman?
Yes, he did.
So was he also in a position to solicit mailers just like you are now?
Yes, he was.
Did he have an understanding that the executive committee is the one who authorizes the publication of materials?
Yes.
Did he have an understanding that
Your Honor, I object. I don't know how this witness
Sustained.
can testify to any of this.
prior to March 2020, did you know if David Uible ever, on his own, expended party funds or paid for something that was alleged to have been by the party without executive committee authorization?
No.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Is he sitting directly to my left in a charcoal suit?
That is Mr. Uible.
I want to talk about some of the mailers that were sent out in March of 2020. What does the Clermont County Republican Party generally send out in anticipation of a primary election?
Well, excuse me. We send out mailers, and we also print up slate cards to pay us out at the polls. And so the mailers are sent out to registered Republicans to inform them who's running for office, and we'd appreciate their vote. And then we have the slate cards, which at the polls, we have workers at the polls passing out the slate cards, kind of reinforcing who's running for office.
I may have gotten ahead of myself. So prior to these mailers, does the party endeavor to endorse candidates prior?
Yes, they do.
Okay. I might have asked this earlier. What organization officially endorses a candidate?
The Republican Party. What happens is we have a meeting at the Holiday Inn usually. I think our meeting was in December, if I'm not mistaken. And Mr. Uible was endorsed at that meeting.
Maybe my question was a bit inartful. What committee is the one who votes on to endorse a particular candidate for a particular position?
The entire Central Committee.
So prior to March, had all the endorsements already taken place?
That is correct.
Is the Clermont County Republican Party the only one sending out mailers regarding who is endorsed and who a voter should vote for in a primary?
I believe so, but, you know, to be clear, a candidate can spend his own money additionally to what we send out. But to answer your question, it's the Clermont County Republican Party.
Is there also a state party that might issue?
That is correct.
Okay. And do they send out mailers in Clermont County as well?
Yes, they do. I sit on the State Central Committee. And what happens, to be clear, after our endorsements, the party chair operatives call and say, who was endorsed in your county? And that's how they get the information.
How are the county's mailers different from the state mailers?
Well, the state can differ from who they endorse on the county. I'll give you an example. The 2020 race for state senator, Terry Johnson was endorsed. But here locally, David Uible was endorsed. And we're not unique to that. There's other counties that can happen like that. But Dave was endorsed for the state senate seat. And when the mailer went out, it was different from ours. We had Dave Uible was endorsed, but the state had Terry Johnson was endorsed.
Is the state and the county using the same list to which to mail these things? Similar
Oh
list?
yeah, oh yeah.
So is it likely that someone who receives a county mailer is also receiving a state mailer?
That's correct.
So that person might see a conflict between those two mailers?
That is correct.
So March 2020. You remember when the primary election was?
March 17th.
Was it held on March 17th?
No, sir. On March 16th at 10 p.m., I got a phone call from the Secretary of State's office notifying me that the primary election had been canceled.
Prior to that March 16th date, had the county paid for and sent out mailers listing out the endorsed candidates
Yes.
for the county positions?
Yes.
So with the election pushed back, what happens with the executive committee and the decision to send stuff out or not to send stuff out?
Well, we were waiting for Columbus to make a decision, and April 18th was the date they selected for the election, for the primary election. We had a problem because we didn't know what to do, to be honest with you. So we had a meeting, and Mr. Uible was at that meeting along with the county commission who had a primary, and so along with Mr. Joe Dills, who's a state running for state representative, trying to get some clarification on what we were going to do.
When is this meeting?
I can't quite give you the date, but it was March. I think it was a week before April 1st. That's towards the end of March.
So sometime after the originally scheduled election,
That is correct.
but soon thereafter. So you guys meet to discuss what happens.
Yes, we did.
Was there a discussion about publishing more mailers?
Yes, there was.
What was the result of that discussion?
We took no action on that. Mainly, I'll tell you the reason. We were broke. It was going to cost us a lot of money. And as a businessman, I always watch the bottom line. And we had just had our Lincoln Day dinner, and we had these mailers printed up and slate cards printed up. And I just, we laid it out online there. I will say this, and Mr. Uible did stand up and request that we do this. I think Mr. Dills was there, requested some things, and our county commissioner, but no action was taken.
Mr. Uible requested that additional mailers be sent out.
That is correct.
And that day, the executive committee did not authorize it.
We did not.
Did he offer to pay for it himself?
He did.
What was the result of that offer?
Nothing. So we were going to have a meeting on April the 1st. And then, got canceled.
Is he allowed to pay for it by himself?
What I said before, that a lot of candidates spend money on their own campaigns, you know, buying signs additionally. We don't buy signs. But we buy the slate cards and the mailers. You know, the signs you see around the county and things, people running, elect me for this, elect me for that. That's usually out of their own funds. They pay for that themselves.
Thank you for clarifying, and I think I need to clarify my question. So a candidate can obviously spend money for themselves and on themselves.
Yes.
But can a candidate spend money and purport it to be from the party and from you on their own?
No. Any money from the party has to be authorized by the executive committee.
Was there a vote taken today?
No, not that I recall.
Show it's marked as States Exhibit 9. Again, this is a digital copy. It's a 3-page PDF. And if you go to the bottom, just take a look. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Email chain between David Uible, Ken Hare, you, sir?
Yes, it is.
I want to just walk through this email step by step if you don't mind.
All right.
Do you recognize that email address where my pointer's hovering over to Uible
Yes.
at yahoo.com?
Yes, I do.
Who's that belong to?
David Uible.
And same for this.
That's Mr. Ken Hare.
That's Ken at Pitch First Solutions.
That is correct.
And I see a CC line here.
That's me, Greg Simpson.
So on March 26th, David Uible represents to Ken Hare that you told him to contact about printing the slate card. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, I do.
Take me through that. I mean, why was David Uible contacting Ken Hare about this?
Well, if I remember correctly, as I had told Ken, don't print anything up unless you hear from me. And what's actually? And I wanted to, if we had a meeting, I want to have a price to present to the executive committee because, like, we were low on funds, and that was going to cost us for the mailing, I think around $14,000. We just didn't have it. I mean, we did have it. Had I spent it, we'd been flat busted.
So at least with respect to this first email on March 26th, Greg told David Uible to contact Ken Hare about reprinting the slate card. That's an accurate statement?
That's an accurate statement.
Do you remember seeing Ken Hare's response about what the quote was, detailing the cost?
I remember it now, seeing it. Yes, I do.
Now looking at this email from March 27th at 12:23 a.m. Again, is that from David Uible?
Yes.
To Ken Hare?
Yes.
And your CC.
That's correct.
It says, Ken, thanks for the invoice on the original sample ballots. I'll get you a check. Anything strike you about that statement there?
Yeah, it wasn't authorized by the executive committee.
I'll get your check.
I don't know what that means. He's going outside the bounds of us, you know.
Remember seeing that email?
Yes, I do.
What happened after that email?
Pretty much nothing. I think I had a phone call with Ken Harris that don't print anything. I just don't do it. Nothing. I think because I really want to know, I know about thousands of dollars to reprint, send out mailers, and on and on. I don't mind him getting, I knew what the cost was going to be. But once you present it to the executive committee, we just didn't have the money.
So at that point, Ken Hare was under guidance that he shouldn't do any printing.
That is correct.
Did you also talk to David Uible?
I spoke to Dave off and on through this whole episode. Yes, I did.
Was he aware from your discussions that he was not to undertake any printing on behalf of the party as well?
I believe so. I mean, to be clear, I spoke to all the candidates who were running during that time, a number of times. To keep them updated on what's going on, what the party could do, to inform them we're going to pass out their slate cards at the polls. We had like 15,000 of those to pass out. The polls were being manned. I kept them updated about that.
At 8:54, in that same email chain, in response to Ken Hare when he said, when you were the president, I only took direction from you, Uible responds with, Ken, I understand. 2 days ago, Greg told me to handle it. Do you remember? And it says, I'll get with him to see what's changed. What changed?
We're not going to buy anything. We weren't buying anything. You can get all the quotes you want, but we as the executive committee, we're not going to go out and spend that money for the candidates.
So essentially nothing changed.
Nothing changed.
Still had permission to get quotes, but not to authorize.
That is correct.
It was marked as State's Exhibit 5. Take a moment to review that.
I do remember that.
Is that email from David Uible?
Yes, it is.
What is this? What is Exhibit 5?
Well, he was requesting that we should meet on April 2nd or 3rd to discuss absentee chasers. Okay? And he was talking about the time frame that we were involved in. And since we're going to vote on April 18th, he felt time was of the essence, and we should move on with this.
In that second paragraph, he says, I can't say enough how important this chaser is because it will have been almost 8 weeks. Is this chaser more important to him than other candidates on that slate card?
Say that again.
Is getting this chaser out potentially more important for him than other candidates on that slate card?
I really don't know. All three of them had primary opponents, and I can see where they want to do things, but to be honest with you, I think it'd be fair to say it's important for him. Yeah.
I think I can maybe follow up with that. The state party had endorsed someone else.
That is correct.
And the county party had endorsed David Uible.
That's correct.
Because of that, is it particularly important for him to get as many chasers out, showing that the Clermont County Republican Party endorses him?
I would say so. The state, I will tell you this, the state spent, I can tell you this for a fact, close to $400,000 in a race for here. And that doesn't count, I don't think television commercials either, but they spend an enormous amount. And that was from the caucus. Okay, there's two things. There's the Senate caucus and there's the state central party. So it's two different things.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State Exhibit 8. Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It was sent to me from Chris Melman. At that time, he was our secretary.
Is this a message that he sent out on behalf of you?
Yes.
Do you remember scheduling a meeting to determine whether or not the executive committee should authorize the additional chasers that Mr. Uible had requested?
Yes.
How was that? When was that scheduled for?
I think it was April 1st.
How was that meeting to be conducted?
That's one was, I think the one earlier, a week before or so in March. I went to have the facts and figures on what it was going to cost to do this, make sure everybody knew it. But the meeting never came about.
Why did it never come about?
And speaking with a lot of the people, they didn't feel that it was necessary.
So on March 27th, the meeting is scheduled for April 1st.
That is correct.
How many days is that?
5 or 6 days.
5 or 6 days. And in that time span, the meeting was canceled?
I did.
Do
Yeah.
you remember when that was canceled? The April 1st meeting?
I canceled it. I think it was on March 30th or 31st, something of that nature. We have to give 5 days notice for meetings, so
Okay.
it'd be 5 days.
You have to have a certain amount of notice before cancellation?
No.
So to catch up, sometime in mid-March, there was a request from David Uible and a few others to push out mailers. There was no vote. Then, March 27th, there was a push to have an April 1st meeting to vote for it, and then that was canceled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at this point, is there any authorization for mailers?
None.
Do any authorizations follow April 1st saying that these can be done?
No. To be clear, the other thing we did after April 1st to the 18th, make sure our polls were covered and the thousands of slate cards to be handed out at the polls. We had our poll workers. That was a big priority between the 1st and the 18th.
I want to fast forward a few days. Do you remember being notified that a chaser had gone out under the auspices and authorization of the party?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who notified you?
Joseph Braun.
On about April 6th in the evening hours?
It was in the afternoon on April 6th, I believe. I think it was a Monday, if I'm not mistaken. He called me. He said, "Have you seen this?" I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." He said, and they sent a copy of it to me. Holy! I said, I didn't authorize this. He says, "Well, you better contact your Secretary of State," which I did. And Secretary of State said, "Contact the local sheriff's department," which I did. And about 2 days later, Sheriff's Department showed up. 2 or 3 days later.
You mentioned that Joe Braun called you and also sent you something.
He sent me a copy of the statement.
Trey was marked as State's Exhibit 19. State's Exhibit 19 is a 5-page email chain. I'm going to scroll through.
You say 19?
Yes. You recognize this email chain?
Yes, sir, I do.
Does this document the initial email that you got from Joe Braun?
Yes, it does.
You said he attached a card that had been
Yes.
circulated?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at the screen now? Page 2?
Yes, sir.
So this is the card that was going out. It says at the top, Clermont County Republican Party, Larry Simpson, Chairman, 197 East Main Street, Xavier, Ohio. And then on the back side of the card, it says, paid for by the Clermont County Republican Party.
That is correct.
Sir, did you send this out?
No.
Did the party pay for this? to send?
No.
On receiving this, what did you do?
Well, I called the Secretary of State's office and told them I thought there was an unauthorized mailer on our behalf. They told me to contact the Sheriff's Department, and that's what happened.
In addition to that, did you also run this past Ken Hare?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Wanted to make sure he didn't do that.
Did he say he did it?
He said he did not do this at all.
Aside from Joe Braun emailing you on that Monday evening, did anybody else email you about this?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you 2 exhibits real quick. Exhibit 17 and 18. First, show you first exhibit 18. Take a moment, review this.
Yes, I see it.
You recognize this?
This is from Mr. Hicks.
To whom is this addressed?
It's addressed to a lot of the people in the party.
Are you on that list as well?
Yes.
So, you know when this email was sent?
April 6th.
So I guess you did receive another email regarding this.
Well,
card.
yeah, that one, yeah, from him. Well,
Okay. David Uible on this email chain? No?
let's see. I don't see it up there. But, yeah, there he is, right there.
And in this email, does Chris Hicks allege that what was sent out was without approval and potentially illegal?
Yes.
Did you respond to Mr. Hicks?
Yes, I did. I told him I was on, if you see right there, I was unaware of this matter. I had just found out. And so I did what I was supposed to do, is contact the Secretary of State and then, the Sheriff's Department.
Why do you contact the Secretary of State?
Well, they're elections, aren't they? I mean, that's why I contacted. And I think Joe Braun told me that'd be the wisest thing to do. Contact Secretary of State, then you'll go from there. And they told me to contact the Sheriff's Department.
The idea is to let some authorities know.
Yes,
what's happening.
absolutely.
Did you tell Mr. Hicks that you were back going to call the Secretary of State?
I don't talk to Mr. Hicks.
Sorry, in the email.
And then an email.
Reply.
Yes.
And And on that reply, did you also CC everyone else that was initially emailed by Mr. Hicks?
I don't think I did. I may have, but I don't recall.
Two lists, and then there's a CC list.
Yeah, okay, I guess I did.
Let me show you exhibit. It was at 7:55 p.m. I'll show you exhibit 17. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at this as well.
Okay.
Exhibit 17 is a one-page document. What is this?
Just found out there's no. I repeat, there's no authorization for this to be done. And I stated to him, I just cannot control what people I do, but I assure this was not approved.
What we saw in Exhibit 18 was your response to Mr. Hicks. Is this email also an additional response to Mr. Hicks?
I believe so.
Exhibit 18 was at 7:55 p.m. What time was this, your response to Mr. Hicks, sent on Exhibit 17?
What's 6? Oh, here it is, 7:06.
So you sent two responses to Mr. Hicks, both of them explaining that there was no authorization
That is correct.
whatsoever,
That is correct.
and that you were referring to the Secretary of State's office.
Correct.
In addition to these emails going back and forth in which Mr. Uible CC'd, you ever talked to him on the phone?
Mr. Uible?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I spoke to him many times, but I remember the following Thursday, that Monday, Mr. Uible called me and reassured me that he had nothing to do with this. He said, Greg, I can guarantee you, I don't know who did this. But he called me, it was about 10 in the morning, because it was middle of my dispatch for my drivers. That's where I remembered it. But he did call me. But like I said, we talked a lot, but he did reassure me. He had nothing to do with this, and he didn't know who was behind it. Somebody, it must have been a friend of a campaign, and they sent it out.
You mentioned that was Thursday, following
Yes.
this Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
On Thursday.
In between Monday and Thursday, do you remember if you talked to him?
I may have spoken to him about some other stuff, but nothing like this, nothing about this.
Do you recall talking to law enforcement in this case?
Yes, I do. The Clermont County Sheriff's Office.
Do you remember if you advised law enforcement that you spoke with all candidates on April 6th or April 7th, and that all candidates confirmed that they did not send this out?
That is correct.
So by all candidates, would that include Dave Uible?
Yes.
So you spoke to him on the Thursday, but you also spoke to him either on that Monday night or that following Tuesday?
Correct.
This is a year and a half later. Do you remember all phone calls that you receive or that you dial yourself from 18 months ago?
No, I don't. In fact, I tell you, I get about 135 phone calls to 200 a day, along with about 300 emails a day, along with about 50 texts a day. Very difficult to remember everything.
So why do you remember that Thursday phone call?
Well, because it had to be right in the middle of my dispatch. And that Monday, when Joe Braun called me, he called me in the afternoon, about 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm in the middle of this dispatch. All of a sudden, it was Dave Uible. He was very emphatic about he did not authorize it. That's, I don't know why it sticks in my memory. It just does.
So you remember 10:30 or sometime
It was
after?
around 10:30 in the morning, because I'm not done till about noon with it.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Uible about the sheriff's office involvement in this case?
I may have, but I don't remember, to be honest with you.
There might be a representation that you told him that the sheriff's office has washed the hands of it. Do you remember saying anything like that? Did the sheriff's
recall.
office? I apologize. I think I spoke over your answer. What was your answer, sir?
I said, I'm not real sure, I don't recall. But I know on the 6th, or that day when he called me, I do remember when we discussed things that I said it's being checked into. So I may have said it then to him.
You said it was being checked into?
It's being checked into. Because we want that Dave was concerned that someone's acting on his behalf and on behalf of the party.
In the email the night before, you said Secretary of State's office. When you referenced that it was being checked into in that phone call, did you reference the Secretary of State's office, the sheriff's office?
No, I just said it's being checked into.
Give me 1 moment, sir. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably too bad the lunch recess, take 1 hour and then we'll reconvene 1 o'clock. Thanks.
Thank you. All rise, please recess. You may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Croswell, whenever you're ready, you can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Simpson,
Yes, sir.
do you know Chris Hicks?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you know Chris Hicks?
He serves on a central committee and executive committee with me.
And how else do you know him? What do you know of him?
Well, I know he's from Union Township. He stirs up a lot of trouble, put it that way.
And when you say he stirs up a lot of trouble, would it be fair to say that he is very confrontational with the people he's stirring trouble up to?
That's an understatement, yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that he is very public in his disputes?
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that he makes his disputes very personal?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that he engages in name calling?
yes,
Would it be fair to say he engages in accusations?
yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say, are you aware of the conflicts that he has had with David Uible and the pain that he's caused David?
Yes, I am.
Would you describe that to the court?
I think it was just despicable. I know David had problems before, but then putting his picture on Facebook and some type of when he got arrested and kind of like attacking the family, just relentless. There's no reason to do that, in my opinion.
You used the word relentless. Did you use that word intentionally?
Yes,
You know David Uible.
yes, I do.
Did it have an impact, as you could tell, on David?
Yes,
Would you describe what that impact was?
I think it just was an emotional. To me, Dave's always been outgoing, been a friendly person. I've always enjoyed being around him. But I could see a change.
You saw the change?
Yes, sir.
There have been others in the county that Mr. Hicks has engaged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were those all, did they all evolve into personal attacks,
Yes, sir.
poke attacks?
Yes, sir.
And are you personally aware of the fact that there are other officers in the community that he's had an impact on emotionally?
Yes.
In fact, you've had your issues with him, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And has it impacted you? Has he impacted you?
Impacts my wife more than it does me.
And has it impacted your wife?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Now, sir, you've indicated that Mr. Uible was not authorized to order or to pay for, any mailers on behalf of the Republican Party. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you will recall, though, on January 22nd, the committee, the executive committee that you're on, passed a resolution that Mr. Simpson could order your slate card that's been discussed here, and that it would be all right if he paid for it correctly. You recall that, right?
What I recall is we had a meeting. The one, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I recall that. But the one that I think you're referring to is later in March, when he offered to pay for the slate card himself.
Right. What I'm saying is, to start with, on January of 22nd, you all had a meeting where you authorized him to order a slate card, an endorsed candidate slate card, and, if necessary, pay for it himself. That's what the vote was, correct?
Correct, but it was also noted that he had to put his own name and committee by himself,
I'm talking about the slate card now.
The slate cards, we did authorize that.
Well, the slate card that was produced on January 22nd says that it was authorized by you as
Yes.
the chairman of the party,
That is correct.
and that it was going to be paid for by the party.
That is correct.
Okay, and it's that slate card that Uible was authorized to order, and it was agreed that if the party wouldn't pay for it, he would pay for it, correct?
I don't recall that part.
Well, you do recall that he was authorized to order a slate card, which carried the notation that it was authored, that it was at your approval and going to be paid for by the Republican Party.
No, the only slate card we ordered was at the very beginning there, at the election season, when all the candidates were on it. We only authorized it one time.
That was on January 22nd.
That's correct.
So what I'm, let's just.
Maybe I'm confused here.
Okay, I think you are. Let's make sure we're correct. In January 2020, there was a slate card posted
That's correct.
of the endorsed candidates.
That's correct.
Croswell, if you could stay behind the
Sorry.
microphone, that would be helpful.
On January 22nd of 2020, there was a slate card which was produced of the endorsed Republican candidates, and the notation on it was that it was authorized by Greg Simpson, chairman, paid for by the Republican Party, correct?
That is correct.
And that slate card was in fact ordered at your request and with the permission of the Central Committee. It was ordered by Mr. Uible, correct? He's the one who mechanically ordered it.
We ordered with his name on it, yes.
He's the one who ordered it, correct?
No, I ordered it. I get a hold of Ken Hare. I see what you're saying now. I got a hold of the printer, Mr. Ken Hare, and I said, submit, and that's how it gets done. Nothing gets done unless I call Ken Hare and say, print it up.
On January 22nd, in an executive and central committee meeting, I'd like to ask if you recall this following motion. Motion by David Uible and seconded by Sam Pashang to send out a preemptive letter warning voters about caucus-endorsed candidates that are running against our county-endorsed candidates. David Uible will handle the reproduction and mailing of the letters in the next week, which will be signed by Chairman Simpson. The letter will go to registered Republicans and Independents in Clermont. Candidates who have not opposed it will reimburse. Candidates who have opposition will reimburse the party for the total cost of David Uible, or David Uible will cover the cost. The ayes have it. You recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And so that was talking about a letter that was going to send out the slate ballot, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you were going to permit Uible to do it and Uible to pay for it on behalf of the Republican Party, and you were actually going to sign as chairman of the party, right?
I think there became a problem with that.
You think what?
There was a problem with that. We didn't, I don't recall signing off on that.
But that motion was passed.
Yes, but there's never a letter that was produced that I signed off on that I can recall.
I'm not asking if you signed off on the letter. What I'm asking is, was the motion had, and was the motion approved, that he had authorization to order that and to pay for it, and you would sign it?
Yes.
Now, when you talk about how the Republican Party has to be the one to pay for things, is it not common that candidates make donations to the Republican Party in order for the Republican Party to make certain expenditures?
Well, they make donations. There's no, I see what you're saying, but if they make a donation, they don't come to me and say, "Now I want to spend especially for this." They just make donations to the party.
Okay. Now, sir, on March 26th, you engaged in a discussion with others concerning the necessity to send out chaser cards for absentee ballots. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
And among the people that you talked to, there was consensus that those cards should be sent in order to protect the endorsed candidates, correct?
There was some consensus to that.
And there was a discussion that in order to do that, we have to schedule a meeting to have a vote.
That is correct.
Now, you had an opportunity, did you not, to talk to a majority of the Central Committee members?
Executive committee.
Executive Committee
Yes,
members.
sir. Mhm.
And was it not your understanding, based upon those discussions, that that motion would in fact pass on January 1st?
January 1st?
I mean, on April 1st, pardon me.
No, sir. That's not my feeling that it would pass.
That it would or wouldn't?
Would not.
You believed it would not pass, or it would?
It would not.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that?
Well, when I called some of the members, I spoke to some of the members and I said, if you have a feeling on this, let me know. And a lot of them, to be honest with you, Counselor, we were broke. That was a concern. We didn't have enough money. And so we felt, well, we had these handouts that we were going to pass out at the polls. And we had thousands of them.
And where did those thousands, who paid for those thousands?
We, the Republican Party.
And where did you get those?
Oh, from Ken Hare. Through Ken Hare's printing
You
company.
sure you're the one who paid for those? You sure that David Uible didn't pay for those?
No, we paid for those.
On April 7th?
We paid for those. Now, the ones that after April, anything after the initial payment, we didn't authorize anything to be paid for.
There were slate cards which were printed
Yes, sir.
in January of 2020.
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that David Uible did not pay for those.
No, the Republican Party paid for it.
Well, do you recall Jeannie Zermley being sent a bill by Ken Hare for those, and Jeannie Zermley saying the Republican Party is not going to pay for it, and Uible paying for it? You recall that?
I don't recall that, sir.
You don't recall that.
I don't.
Now, this document, this slate card that was produced in January of 2020,
That's correct.
it is identical to the chaser card that was ultimately printed by Minuteman Press, correct? In other words,
I think there's a little difference in it.
what else different?
I think the color on the elephant on it and a few other things, just minor little things.
Cosmetic then.
Cosmetics, yeah.
But it essentially, in the very same format, ran down the endorsed candidates.
That is correct.
Now, that slate card that you all have is also on your website, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's also handed out to Republican operatives, Republicans who are going to work the polls, correct?
That is correct.
And they're also instructed to hand out this very document to their friends and neighbors.
Yes.
Now, when it's on it's on your website in PDF form, right?
Yes.
And it can be reproduced off your website.
I believe so, yes.
You know so.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And you also know, do you not, that the Republican Party encourages other Republicans to download that slate card off of the PDF form so that they can do whatever they want with it, including hand it out to the other Republicans.
That is correct.
So, and you do know, do you not, that the slate card, the format and the template of the slate card that Lindley ultimately printed was off of your PDF and was forwarded to Lindley from your very PDF.
No, I didn't know that
website.
part. I just know, I don't know who Lindley is, so I'm just saying, all I know is that that slate card can be taken down off the web page. I know that.
And it'd be printed by others to hand out at polls.
Sure.
Okay, so let me answer this question. What's the difference between anyone in the county accessing your PDF and printing off what's on that PDF, which is the slate card? What's the difference between doing that, which you say is fine, and David Uible printing something off and forwarding to a printer?
Well,
Very identical document.
you know, and to give an answer, let me explain it this way. Well, even when David, you was chairman, when we ran short of slate cards and things, we always encourage people to download off the web page. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So in other words, according to your theory, if someone or not your theory, but at least according to the theory here, if someone copies that slate card off the PDF, that then apparently is producing a forged document.
Well, you could look at it that way.
I think that's the way the state's looking at it.
Yeah.
But it's in PDF form on your website with people being encouraged to download it and print it and hand it out.
That is correct.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Now, you had an opportunity after, on April 5th, Chris Hicks wrote you an email which said that someone's printing this in an unauthorized form, correct?
I got the notification first from Joe Braun.
But you then got,
Yes, I did get it from Chris.
and you had several phone conversations after that with David Uible, didn't you?
That is correct.
And isn't it a fact that the subject of that was the printing of those cards, but the reaction that Hicks had and what Hicks would ultimately do to whoever did it? You talked about that, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
About,
Yes.
Huh? In detail, you talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in actuality, Hicks was running against you on that very endorsement card
That is correct.
for state
Central Committee.
committee.
That is correct.
And isn't it a fact, even if in passing, after that was printed, when the endorsement card was printed, you made the comment that I'm glad it was done. I'd have paid $1,000 to get it printed in response to the fact that the Republican Party didn't have any money.
No, let me change. Let me correct you on that. I did tell David that, and I've done this with other candidates. When they've run out of money, all the candidates are out of money, or their committees were. I mentioned to David, I said, in passing, or if he wanted, I'd be more than happy to donate $1,000 if he was going to print it on his own volition, so to speak. printed up saying, printed by David Uible, distributed by David Uible, I'd be more than happy to donate $1,000 towards that.
Well, you didn't go to such detail as saying, I'll donate $1,000 if you change the bottom of the slate card to say, to take off the Greg Simpson. You never went into that kind of detail in that conversation.
I don't believe so, but I did offer him the $1,000 if he was going to take it upon himself to print his own. So, but anything with my name on it, or the Central Committee's name, or the executive, has to be authorized by the executive committee.
Well, while we're on that subject, would you put up in 3 for me, please? While we're on that subject, and we'll get to it later. We're going to take a look at We're going to take a look at State's Exhibit 23. I'm going to give you an opportunity to take a look.
Okay.
You're familiar with that, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so the first thing that's important that I'd like to ask you is, what date did you send that?
25th of August, it looks like to me.
25th of August. And to whom did you send it?
Mr. Richter.
Now, in regard to the impropriety of mailing that slate card, it was your understanding after talking with the police that in order for this to go further, you had to make a formal complaint to the State Board of Elections. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you understood that?
Well, I did. I sent this to Mr. Richter.
What I'm asking you is, you understood that your understanding was that in order for a penalty to be assessed, a prosecution commenced, nothing could happen until you made a formal complaint or until a formal complaint was made to the State Board of Elections, correct?
I sent it to the Ethics Commission. That's why I understood to send it to the Ethics Commission. And I was told by Mr. Richter to contact the Sheriff's Department.
The Ethics Commission of the State Board of Elections.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, the election.
Okay.
And you understood that you had to make it, I mean, you discussed this continually with Borger throughout the investigation, correct?
Who?
With Detective Borger. You discussed the necessity of you having to go to Columbus to the Ethics Commission before anything could happen with Borger. You discussed that repeatedly, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you had 4 or 5 conversations with him, and in those conversations, he would ask you repeatedly if you were going to make a complaint to the Ethics Committee,
Now,
correct?
who's he again?
Borger, the detective, the police
Yes,
officer.
yes. Yes. I talked, he came to my house. I spoke to him.
And the subject of those conversations primarily was whether you were going to make a complaint to the Ethics Commission of the State Board of Elections.
And there it is, right there.
No, that's not your complaint. You never made a complaint with them. Chris Hicks made the complaint because you wouldn't.
No, that's not quite true.
Did you make this your response to Hicks's complaint, if you'll look and see?
That's correct.
You never made a complaint. You never
No, I
made a
didn't.
referral to the
I
State
didn't.
Ethics Commission.
And the reason I didn't,
Well, first of all, answer the question. Did you or did you ever?
I did not. This is the only letter I sent.
And so you and Borger both, at least, were on the same page that before anything could go forward, you had to make a referral to the Ethics Commission of the State Board of Elections.
Correct.
You never did that.
I did not.
Now, you had conversations with Uible about the fact that you, in order for this thing to proceed, you had to make a complaint to the Ethics Committee of the State Election Board. You and Uible discussed that, didn't you?
I don't recall, but I do recall this. That if you notice, Hicks made a complaint almost immediately. So I'm thinking, oh, why don't, you know.
What I'm asking you is, did you and Uible on the 5th and 6th and 7th and then the 8th, did you all talk about the fact that you had to make, that Borger, the policeman, was telling you that you had to make the complaint to the ethics board in Columbus before this could proceed?
I didn't know that. I don't recall the detective telling me that.
You don't.
He may have, and I don't recall, but
Well,
Objection anyways, Your Honor. This is hearsay. What the detective said or did say is clearly hearsay.
I'm not sorry, let me different.
Go ahead.
I'm not offering what the detective said for the truth or the accuracy of what he's saying. I'm offering it for the fact that he and Mr. Simpson had these conversations, and ultimately the truth will be that Mr. Simpson relayed these conversations to Mr. Uible.
Overruled.
So in your first conversation, now you talked to the lawyers about this too, didn't you? About what you had to do with what the ORC said and what your obligations were if you wanted to pursue it. You talked to lawyers about this too, right?
I talked to Joe Braun.
Was he a lawyer?
Yes.
Aaron Moss? He a
Yes.
lawyer?
I don't recall talking to Aaron Moss, but I did talk to Joe Braun.
Well, I'll just ask you, did you tell Borger the following? It says, when you're talking to him, and he says, it says, I appreciate your concern about the unauthorized use of the party disclaimer on a piece of literature. In order for the commission to act, however, an affidavit of complaint must be filed. And you must say who you believe did it. And then it goes on and on and on. Did you tell Borger that?
I don't recall, to be honest. It's so long.
All right? Do you recall having conversations with Borger about the fact that before you could make a determination of whether you would file a complaint with the Ethics Commission, you had to meet with the officials of the Republican Party? You recall telling him that?
To be honest with you, I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Do you recall saying, hey, I got to pass this on to leadership? And Borger telling you, well, then get back to me as soon as you can. Does that mean that we're going to have to wait to file a complaint with the SEC? You don't remember any of that?
I do remember that part. I do remember.
You remember telling him I can't personally file it?
I went to talk over the committee before I did anything.
Well, you remember that now. So do you remember talking to Uible about what you were going to do?
I'm not so sure I spoke. I may have, but I can't recall the exact conversation.
So you don't deny talking to him about it. You just don't recall the exact conversation.
That's probably true.
Well, do you recall telling him and the two of you discussing what his reaction, David Uible's reaction to the fact that Hicks was now investigating this?
I mentioned that letter. Yeah.
Yeah. And you were aware of the fact, were you not, that Hicks was pressing this with the sheriff?
I found out. Yes, I did.
You were aware of that, and you all discussed that too, right?
I don't know I don't recall. I do know that I did tell Mr. Uible that Mr. Hicks was getting involved. That's all.
Now, I'm going to ask you now, you're under oath.
I'm sorry?
I see you're under oath now.
Oh, okay.
Did you, just in passing, and when you were relaying your conversations that you were having with Detective Borger, did you ever say to Uible that I believe that the sheriff's going to wash his hands of this and the proper venue is the Ethics Commission in Columbus?
I don't recall saying something like that, but I do think the proper thing is in Columbus.
You deny saying that. You deny that exact phrase, the sheriff's going to wash his hands of it. That nothing can happen until it goes to Columbus.
I didn't know who was going to do what. That's what I was told. When I sent Mr. Richter, when I sent him the letter, I said, what do you want me to do? Richter said, get a hold of your sheriff's department. I said, so I can hold the sheriff's department. And the detective came out to meet with me. And I told him what was going on. And then he said, well, okay. I'll get back to you. I said, okay.
Well, there was more to it than that. Then he said, in order for you to proceed, you had to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission before something could commence, and then you sat on your hands and never did it, right?
That's probably, I did not
No,
file
it's
that.
probably what? Probably true, right?
I did not file anything with the Ethics Commission. I did not. But I did want to talk to our committee first, before I did anything.
But you talked to Uible on 5, 6, 7, 8 occasions during this period of time, right?
I probably did. But I talked to him about a lot of things. Not just this, I mean, how the election's going and how we're going to perceive the election and the directives I got from the state. I mean, I don't want to, I mean, I'm sure I talked to him 4 or 5 times.
Well, the meeting was not canceled. The April 1st meeting was not canceled the evening of the 31st of March, correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, that's kind of hard to read. Your bill, can you move that up just a little bit more? Please, I'm sorry, I appreciate that. I'll do it without okay. Now, this, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a letter that you wrote to Philip Richter,
That is correct.
and he is with the Ohio Election Commission,
Correct.
and he's the ethics guy that's investigating all this.
I believe so, yes.
Okay? And you wrote this letter as chairman of the Republican Party.
That is correct.
And you wrote it in response to the complaint that Hicks made with them.
I know Hicks, no, that wasn't it at all. This letter was written when I got the information from Joe Braun. Joe said, well, Greg, what are you going to do? I said, well, I don't know what to do. I said, well, I'm going to contact the Secretary of State. I wrote the letter. I didn't even discuss this with Hicks at all. I had no saying one way whatsoever with Hicks.
Now, just a minute. Before you go any further, why don't you read, because I specifically asked you if this letter was written to the Ohio Election Commission, Ethics Commission, in response to Hicks's complaint. Now, before you answer that, why don't you read the first paragraph out loud of this letter?
Okay, where I am concerned, that part?
Well, it starts out, my name is Greg Simpson.
Okay, my name is
Your Honor,
Greg Simpson.
again,
I'm the chairman of Clermont County.
Objection, I apologize. We're in hearsay. This, I can't imagine as being offered for anything but the truth at this moment.
Response?
I'm sorry. No. Should I respond?
Yes.
Okay. No, this letter is a letter that was written to Philip Richter. There is, first of all, a paragraph in here, the last paragraph, where Mr. Simpson expresses his understanding of the endorsement policy and rights of Mr. Uible in relation to mailing things. It is confirmation of the very conversation that Mr. Uible will testify Mr. Simpson and I had. And so he is now memorialized. There's nothing hearsay about this. I'm asking, did you send this letter? What does this letter say? There's nothing hearsay about it. I'm not offering it. The only thing that I'm offering for the truth of is that he wrote the letter. And so this letter is consistent with the conversations that he had with you. Yes.
That's the exact reason why it's hearsay. He's offering it for a consistent sake, meaning that what is contained therein of the letter. There's no question that counsel can certainly question the witness of whether or not he believes this is permissible, etc. But to get into what he has previously written outside of court is clearly hearsay.
This is not a recitation of a third-party statements. I'm asking Mr. Simpson what he said, what he wrote. He's not attributing anything to anybody in this letter. He's giving his opinion and his understanding of the way the process works, and the opinion and understanding of the way the process works is identical to what he discussed with Mr. Uible. Certainly, I'm entitled to ask him if he has made these statements.
I think he's being asked about a statement that Mr. Croswell believes Mr. Simpson previously made for the purpose of impeachment. That doesn't mean it's going to come in as evidence in the case, but I think Mr. Croswell is entitled to ask him about it.
I appreciate that, sir, and I certainly agree with regard to impeachment. But when he's asking him to read the letter and what he previously said, that's not an impeachment. That's not questioning an inconsistent statement on the stand today with something he previously said.
Well, I think he first wants to get him to say that it was his letter. Is that correct or
Yes,
not?
he's indicated it is your letter.
That is my letter.
I mean, I can read the letter and ask him if he wrote it. I was just trying to shortstop it. I mean, I can do that. I mean, you know, if I can do it that way. I'm just going to have him read what he wrote and then ask him questions.
Well, that would not come in. You can't just ask him to read the letter.
Very well.
You want to use it for impeachment, you can use it for impeachment.
Okay. Did you ever write did you ever have any kind of communication with the Ohio Ethics Commission, the Ohio Election Commissioner, Mr. Richter, wherein you indicated to him that Chris Hicks does not speak for the Republican Party?
It's in that letter, yes.
Did you ever have a communication with him where you indicated that Mr. Hicks was not, that his affidavit is not notarized and signed by him?
I think I said that.
No, that you had reviewed a affidavit that Hicks filed on April 16th. Did you tell Richter that?
What I wrote is in the letter is what I wrote. Okay, and I can't, you know, as far as Mr. Hicks goes, I had nothing, we didn't, except for that one email, 2 emails, that I'm looking into it, I had nothing to do with that guy.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you communicate to Mr. Richter the following? I, being Greg Simpson, am concerned in that Mr. Hicks, in his affidavit, indicates that he's filing his affidavit in lieu of others in Clermont County Republican Party leadership. The language Mr. Hicks uses may allow the reader to assume that Mr. Hicks is acting on behalf of the party leadership. To make clear, Mr. Hicks is acting on his own accord, and Mr. Hicks does not express the sentiments of the Clermont County Republican Party leadership. Did you write that?
I wrote that.
All right. Now, did you also write to Mr. Richter? Additionally, under the party endorsement...
Ask him questions first to see if he acknowledges what you want to impeach him on. If he gives some different answer, but you have to give him an opportunity to testify now, and I don't think you've done that.
Did you write, yes or no, did you write, have you ever expressed the opinion to the Ohio Ethics Commission that an endorsed candidate is entitled to use the resources of the party? Did you ever express that opinion?
What I wrote is in that letter.
I've asked you to be responsive. It could carry a yes or no.
Well, a candidate can use a party resources.
Did you express at any time to Mr. Richter that David Uble's use, reproduction, or printing of the voter guide would not violate the party endorsement policy? Have you ever made that statement orally or in writing?
The only writing I had with Mr. Richter right there. That's it. That's all.
Do I have to ask it again? Did you answer yes or no to the question I asked? I'll repeat the question. Did you ever communicate to Richter in any fashion that David Uble's use, reproduction, printing of the voter guide would not violate the party endorsement policy?
I don't recall saying that to him.
You don't recall?
I don't recall saying that to him.
Do you recall writing it?
Writing
Recall
Mr.
placing
Richter?
that in writing?
That's the only thing I wrote to him. I mean, Mr. Richter and I had, I think, 3 conversations. And that was it. 1, what's your address? 2, what my concerns were. And 3, did you get my letter? That was it. And he advised me to contact the sheriff's department, which I did. And that's the last time I spoke to him.
So is your answer yes or no? When I asked you, did you ever communicate in any fashion to Mr. Richter that David Uble's use, reproduction, or printing of the voter guide would not violate the party endorsement policy?
I don't recall saying that to him at all.
I've asked if you ever communicated in any fashion, including writing.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of.
I don't know what you're asking me, sir. I mean, it's right here when I wrote to Mr. Richter. I'll contact him 3 times. That was it.
Did you ever indicate or communicate in writing or otherwise to Mr. Ritter that David Uible is entitled as an endorsed candidate to use the voter guide?
The only thing I wrote to Mr. Richter's right there.
Is that a yes or no, or just a non-answer?
I don't know what to say. I mean, this is it. That's the only things I said was Mr. Richter's right there in that letter.
Did you ever communicate to Mr. Ritter, in writing or otherwise, that Mr. Uible did not alter or edit the slate card, that Mr. Uible's use of the slate card was authorized by the Clermont County Republican Party endorsement policy? Did you ever communicate that to Ritter?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you ever write it?
No, not that I can think of.
Did you ever communicate to Mr. Ritter the following? In simplified terms, while the party may not reimburse David Uible for reproduction costs of the voter guide or cost of mailing the slate card, Mr. Uible's status as an endorsed candidate entitled him to use the voter guide and the slate card. Do you recall whether you ever communicated that to Mr. Richter, verbally or in writing or otherwise?
The only thing I can say is right there, so I can go back to him.
Your Honor, may I now ask Mr. Simpson to review the paragraph of Exhibit 23 to refresh his recollection?
Addition. You want me to read it?
Well, yes.
Your Honor, if I could help the process here, refresh and recollect allows the witness to review something to see if he recalls. He doesn't have to read it out loud. The witness can simply review it.
Well, that's correct.
Okay, that's true. It's in that letter.
So you're saying each thing contained in that letter is accurate and true, and it is a letter authored by you,
That was by me, yes.
and it expresses your opinion, whether your opinion is accurate or inaccurate. It expresses your opinion as of August 25th, 2020,
That is correct.
and before August 25th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
So these questions, Mr.
I'm sorry.
King, I assumed are what Mr. Croswell is trying to introduce. I'm not sure what Mr. Croswell is trying to prove, but what it seems that it would have some bearing on either whether Mr. Uible was acting with purpose to defraud, and that goes to what information he had in his mind. And this is not something that went to him, it went to, but it also is knowing that he was facilitating a fraud. And so the questions that are being asked, I think, may go to those elements, although you're right, this is hearsay. And it doesn't come in, well, we'll cross the bridge, whether if it's introduced, whether it comes in or not. But in any event, so you have any thoughts on that? I would be happy to hear what you have to say.
Repeat the question, sir.
No, this question to counsel.
Sure, I completely understand, and I do understand the intent of defense counsel asking these questions. I do believe it's the improper method to get there, but I understand the court's perspective.
So obviously, what was in Mr. Uible's mind, which may have been related by Mr. Simpson or others, is relevant, right?
Yes, sir.
But there also is the relevance irrelevant because it's with purpose to defraud or knowing that you're facilitating a fraud. So whether there was actually a fraud on the Republican Party, which goes to what actually occurred and whether it constituted a fraud. Would that not have, so again, the letter itself may not come in, but for purposes of discussing whether this evidence is relevant, does it not have some relevance on those issues?
With regard to a 400 rule analysis, yes, it is relevant, absolutely. But again, the method by which it's been accomplished is impermissible. So what has happened...
Your objection is to using the hearsay statement to Mr.
Yes, sir, if I may.
Yes.
What has happened is the witness has been confronted with the prior statement, and he's saying yes or no, but the prior statement is not substantive evidence and does not come in. What is substantive evidence exclusively is what the witness is testifying to today. That is the state's perspective. So that is separate and distinct from the court's relevancy analysis, which the state certainly concedes. Yes, it is absolutely relevant. But for the purposes of substantive testimony and evidence as of today, it is what the witness can say, not what a previous letter said or didn't say.
And I agree with that. So if that's any help to you, Mr. Croswell, it doesn't mean you can ask him questions, and again, if his questions, the question that you're asking is contradicted by something in the letter, you can then inquire of the letter whether he made an inconsistent statement. But the letter itself probably does not come in as evidence. That makes...
No, it makes perfectly good sense. But
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong with the state of the evidence, but I thought then I asked him whether or not, after reading that, in a refreshing recollection, and did he in fact say the things that I asked him whether he had transmitted to Rick. In other words, it's...
Well, if you ask him, for instance, as a representative or as the main representative of the Clermont County Republican Party, whether Mr. Uible was entitled to use that, use the voter guide, that would be relevant on the issue of whether, I'm not saying what weight should be given to it or whether it's dispositive. I'm not making those determinations now, but I'm just making an evidence determination. That would have some relevance on the issues that are raised in the indictment. The letter itself to the Ethics Commission has no relevance in and of itself. So you have to ask him the questions, and if he contradicts himself or doesn't remember something, some position that he has previously taken, you can inquire about that. But you have to, and then if you're refreshing his recollection, it has to be something that he doesn't recall. trying to give some guidance on matters of evidence. I think Mr. King has a point, and if the two of you need time, 5 minutes to talk about it, we can do that. Take 5 minutes for you to do that and then resume. That might be an intelligent way to proceed. We'll take a 5-minute break, give you time to...
Or I'll ask you to reset. I'm not trying to be. I'm simply asking, did you make this statement? Yeah. You didn't say Redsky last night. No. Yeah, it is. You're offering the whole statement. I'm offering each sentence. Did you say the following? Yeah. I'm not offering him for the truth. I'm offering it off because it would be inconsistent when you will testifies that they had these conversations. We would be consistent. I know, but here, I'm not. I'm talking about a conversation. Yeah. I'm talking about what was his understanding.
Please?
So I'm finished.
You're finished?
Yes.
Okay. Any redirect?
Briefly.
Sure.
Yes. You were asked a number of questions about a January 22nd, 2020 executive committee hearing.
That is correct.
Ultimately, you were asked questions of whether or not the defendant was authorized to circulate and purchase on his own a voter guide.
That is correct.
Now, do you recall, though, when defense counsel read out the notes from that, he referenced a letter that you would sign?
Yes.
So, in fact, what was being sent out was a letter that you signed, not necessarily a voter guide.
That is correct.
Now, what's also critical, was there a vote authorizing that?
They had put up a vote, but a letter never really appeared.
And I understand. I want to refocus my question on specifically authorization.
Mm-hmm.
What we're dealing here today, the reason we're here, is because there wasn't a vote. That day, when there was permission given for Mr. Uible to pay for some things and send them out, was there a vote authorizing him to do so?
No. No. No.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about January 22nd.
Yeah, January. Okay.
There was a vote authorizing him to do it in January
Right.
of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure. I understand we're talking about two different dates here, and I want to make sure we're clear. But what happened in January, there was something in what he wrote that the ayes had it. There were enough yes votes saying authorized, correct?
Correct.
All right. What we're dealing with here, there was no vote.
Correct.
You were asked a number of questions about the purpose of this voter guide is essentially to spread the message far and wide, potentially. It's on the website.
Correct.
That people can print it off.
They can if they wish.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. State's Exhibit 19. Zoomed in on page 2, the bottom of page 2. Is that the voter guide?
Yes,
So that's available to print off.
correct.
What about that? Is that available to print off? That's not on your website.
No, that is. The other,
The stamp isn't on your website.
no,
is it?
sir, no, sir.
So this is someone creating this and sending this out
That is correct.
from you,
From me,
but you didn't send this out.
I did not.
There's a number of questions about the Ohio Election Commission and whether or not you were going to file a complaint or not. Now, you were confronted with a conversation you had with Detective Boger. I don't know how to say his name. I apologize. Berger? Berger? Yeah, sorry.
Maybe Alice who knows him says it's Berger.
Okay, so I was right.
Doesn't matter.
And that there was a question of whether or not it was who was going to sign a complaint and whatnot. And you were read essentially what your conversation was with Detective Berger. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You weren't given a chance to look at it. So I'm just going to give you a moment here. Show you what's now marked as State's Exhibit 33. In particular, I'm going to focus on page 6. So this was given to me this morning, but this is represented as a recorded interview of Greg Simpson. All right, so I'm not going to ask you to review everything, all right? But in particular,
So what are you trying to refresh the recollection of, or impeach?
no, Your Honor, there's a long way for me to get at this, and I apologize. I just wanted to make sure he's familiar with a particular section, and I've got one question about it. That's it. So I'm just making sure he's acquainted with the exhibit, so he's familiar enough to answer a question about it.
That must be different from what
I'm missing. No, it's completely different. I'm not offering anything here. This is his impeachment. A witness, when impeached, should be authorized the opportunity to examine what they were being impeached. He wasn't. I just want to make sure he understands what it was. In particular, Your Honor, it's the date. This is on April 13th is when this discussion was had, well after all the events in this case. So, counsel,
You can ask him the question of when it occurred, and then if you want to use that the same way Mr. Croswell could use it, but your objection made to him, I don't think there's a material difference from what you're doing here.
Understood. The discussion that was referenced with Detective Berger,
Yes.
cross-examination.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And there was a question of whether or not who or when it was going to be submitted to the Ohio Election Commission. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You recall when the conversation was that you had, when you had this conversation with Detective Berger?
Yeah, it was on patio.
I apologize, that might have been through the mask. Not where. When did you have this conversation?
I don't know. I can't remember. Probably the 13th or something like that.
So you said probably the 13th?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And this is now after you found out that David Uible was the one who
That is correct.
did this. you remember when Chris Hicks filed that complaint?
Pretty doggone quick. It was, I think he filed around the 10th or something like that.
I told you April 27th. Does that sound about right?
Well, it could be, but what I did to make it clear so everybody understands, I thought I did what I was supposed to do. Called the Secretary of State. He told me what to do. I called the Sheriff's Office, came to see me. I mean, there's no roadmap that was given to me, this, and this, and this. I called the Secretary of State. And then he told me to call the Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office came out to see me. They interviewed me. There you go. So the way I understood it, and maybe I was wrong, but I did what I was supposed to do. I followed the Secretary of State.
When you were deciding whether or not to notify or file a complaint with the Secretary of State, did you believe that you needed authorization from the Executive Committee?
No, I didn't really believe that, but I was going to bring it to their attention. I was going to do it.
Were you concerned that this would be a representation as if you were saying this on behalf of the party and you wanted them to weigh in first?
Yes, I did, but I felt I better act on this right away.
Just want to clarify something. What I'm distinguishing is not notifying the Secretary of State's office, I'm talking about filing a complaint. So, if I can take a step back, on April 7th, you notified the Secretary of State's office of what had happened.
That is correct.
They explained whatever they explained about the investigation. The Sheriff's Office was also notified. They undertook an investigation.
That is correct.
You were then later notified, sometime thereafter, a week or so later, that the Secretary of State's office would need a complaint.
That is correct.
Prior to filing that complaint, which, as we heard, you never did,
No.
you wanted to get authorization from the Executive Committee first.
Correct.
Okay. So, you hadn't had a chance to do that before Christopher Hicks filed his complaint on April 27th.
That's correct.
The letter that was referenced about going to the Secretary of State's office that you had written in support of David Uible referenced the voter guide, that he could use the voter guide, he could print the voter guide,
That's correct.
and that this was in permission of the endorsement policy.
Correct.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 24. Exhibit 24 is a 3-page exhibit.
All right, Jack. You seem to be impeaching his own.
I'm not.
What exactly are you doing?
Reviewing endorsement procedures with the witness.
Something that you believe is going to be admissible?
Yes, sir. That this document would be admissible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I believe it's a record. Is there an objection, first of all? Would you object to this? I mean, I'll go through the foundation.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't believe it's admissible in evidence, but I agree it's an accurate document. I mean, I don't dispute that.
So that was your question. If there's objection, I'll roll on the objection.
Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's our endorsement procedures in our Constitution.
How did this endorsement procedure come to be?
Over years. Over years.
Is this something that's approved by the party?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, are you generally aware of the records or documents produced by the Clermont County Republican Party?
Yes.
Is this one of those records?
Yes.
Is it normal for the party to keep a record like this?
Yes.
I want to look at Section 4, the last paragraph. You read that out loud, that last paragraph, for me, please?
Yes. Clermont County Republican Central Committee will publish slate card settings for endorsed candidates. The slate cards will be distributed at the polls, mailed and made available to the voting public by the Clermont County Central Committee. Slate cards must not be altered or edited in any way. In the event of an endorsement change, the slate card will be reprinted.
So this section governs essentially who can create a slate card and how it can be used. Is that right? Mr. Carlos was very interested in what you were saying about this investigation, how concerned you were or not concerned you were, and potentially inaction at the end of the day. And as we just talked about, that was on April 13th, talking to Detective Berger. I want to go back to a week earlier, April 6th. Were you concerned about this?
Yeah.
Were you concerned enough that you wanted to notify the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Were you concerned enough that you wanted to notify the Secretary of State's office?
Yes.
Were you concerned enough that you wanted to call around and did so to all the endorsed candidates to say, did you guys do this?
Yes.
Or is that because doing this was wrong?
Correct.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Would you put 19 up again, please? For me. Where do you want it? I just got it right there. Sir, I'd like you to look at Exhibit 19 on the board.
Yes.
And the prosecution referenced that thing. It's in Clermont County Public Authority.
Mr. Croswell, you just got to stay behind the microphone. That's okay.
Old heads, hard to kill sometimes.
We'll get it right by the end of the trial.
Okay, you see where it says Clermont County Republican up there in the corner?
Yes.
Greg Simpson. Well, what that is a return mailing address, right?
That's right.
Doesn't represent anything other than there's a return mailing address on there.
That's correct.
Now, sir, Mr. King had you read a few months ago the paragraph from the Republican Party endorsement policy, correct?
Yes.
And you read that,
Yes.
and you agree that that is the endorsement policy.
That is correct.
Have you ever represented anyone else that the endorsement policy was otherwise?
Not that I can recall ever doing that.
Well, we did look at your letter, State's Exhibit 23, correct? A little bit ago, the letter to Mr. Richter.
Yes.
And you did read the fourth paragraph in that letter.
Yes, I did.
And would you not agree that that fourth paragraph in that letter apparently was inconsistent with what you're representing the policy is in that letter is inconsistent with what is in the endorsement policy documents of the Republican Party? What you told her is inconsistent with that, is it not?
You could look at it that way, yes. You could. I mean, let's get this straight. Okay? All these questions, let's get down to it, okay? A, we issue a card. B, it's sent out. C, that's it. Now, we have to have revisions or something like that that comes back to the committee. Okay? That's it. And they have to authorize it.
So your answer is, to me, when I asked if paragraph 4 of Exhibit 23 was inconsistent with the Republican Party endorsement policy is written in that exhibit, you're telling me I could look at it that way. That's your response. You could look at it that way. That was your response.
I don't think it's inconsistent. You can read on that anything you wish. That's fine. I'm just saying, we went by what our Constitution says. And if there's any re-issuance, any re-changing it, adding a candidate, it comes in front of the executive committee and we approve it.
So what I'm still trying to find out what you're saying. Are you saying that you have never represented anyone that the endorsement policy is different than what is contained in the Republican bylaws? Have you ever represented that the policy is different than what you read here from the state's exhibit a moment ago.
I stay solidly behind what's in our Constitution.
You say what?
I stand behind what's behind in our Constitution. I stand behind it.
I'm asking you, I'm specifically asking whether you have ever represented that it's something other than that, and even more specifically, did you represent in your letter to Philip Richter in State's Exhibit number 23, paragraph 4, that the policy was different?
I don't think I did.
You don't think that you would agree that what that said was that an endorsed candidate is entitled to resources of the party?
That's correct.
Does it say that in that thing of the bylaws? It does. Okay, does it say that David Uble's use, reproduction, and printing of the voter guide would not violate party endorsement policy?
I know what you're saying. You can reproduce anything you wish, but I want to know about it.
So even as you sit here today, you're saying that David was justified in reproducing
I
that?
didn't say that.
Well, how are you saying?
I go by what's in our Constitution. That's what I do. If you need additional mailers, if you need additional whatever it may be, come in front of us. We print up, I think, 12 to 14,000. And, you know, if there's a mistake, okay, maybe there's a mistake and we spelled David's name wrong. Oh, we got to do this over again. What I'm just saying is, the Constitution that we have, I go by that. I'm not trying to do an end around or anybody trying to do an end around. If you need more, then let us know.
Mr. Simpson, could you move the microphone a little closer to you if you can just reach out? I'm just getting a request from our computer person for you to be a little closer to the mic. If you just pull it back toward you, that'll be helpful.
Yes, sir.
The microphone, just pull it a little bit closer to you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I have no further questions.
No more questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Sir, you can step down. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
State calls Ken Hare.
You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and shall hand it over to God on the family deferred.
Good afternoon, sir.
John, can you push the mic back a little closer to the witness, please? There you go.
Oh, okay.
Speak softly.
Okay.
And it is a test run, and if you're not loud enough,
Okay.
we'll tell you.
Okay.
I think you're okay right now, so go ahead.
Will you please state your name?
Ken Hare,
Will you spell your last name for us?
H-A-R-E.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What do you do?
I do marketing, I do printing, I do promotional products, and I do apparel. Anything that the company has their logo on.
I've heard your name a couple times from the previous witness. Do you do printing for the Republican Party in Clermont County?
I do.
How long have you been doing that?
Oh, quite a few years. Started out with Tim as the chairman, Tim Rudd, and then through David Uble's term, and now with Craig Simpson's term.
Do you know if you were the exclusive printer any of those years for the Republican Party?
That I do not know for sure.
You mentioned David Uible. Do you know David Uible?
Yes,
Is that, and how was that through?
through the Republican Party.
Did you know him before he was a chairman?
Yes, I believe I did.
Did you have business dealings with him before he was a chairman?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to talk about how you typically do business with the party. You mentioned you've been doing this for,
Okay.
well, it sounds like you said, I'm guessing over 10 years.
Oh, yes.
And if it's changed, let me know. But typically,
Okay.
how are you contacted, solicited for a bid or to do a print job?
Usually through the chairman.
Okay. You said usually, but does that mean always?
Not always, but I always say that if someone would ask me to do a print job, it has to be approved by the chairman. That's the only person I take orders from to do a print job.
Why is that?
Oh, well, it's pretty simple. When you have an organization, you have to have control of an organization. You can't have 160 people going out and spending money and saying, I need this, this, and this, because there's 160 different opinions. Only one opinion counts, and only one person can I take the order from. Whoever the chairman is at the time, that's who I take the orders from.
Okay. And is this a personal belief, or is this told to you by somebody in the party?
That's my personal belief. It's no different than any other company. I can't have every employee coming and saying they want something done and it not be authorized.
Do you remember David Uible when he was a chairperson or chairman soliciting jobs from you for printing?
Yes.
Do you remember, first of all, do you know Greg Simpson?
Yes.
Is that also through his chairmanship with the Clermont County Republican Party?
Yes.
When David Uible was the chairman, did anyone else contact you for printing
No.
bids?
No.
When Greg Simpson was the chairman, did anyone else other than Greg Simpson contact you for printing bids?
Yes.
How many times?
Once, twice.
Talk about that. So,
Okay.
one of those occasions with David Uible?
Yes.
All right, well, walk me through that. Do you remember when you were first notified that David Uible wanted some printing done on behalf of the party?
I received an email, I believe, and that was, I believe, the first contact.
I'll show you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Three-page exhibit. I'm going to go all the way to the email chain.
Okay.
Go all the way to the beginning here.
Okay.
Take a look at that.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
You said that you recalled one instance in which someone other than Greg Simpson.
There may have been one other instance.
Okay. Well, one of those instances.
Okay.
Is this reflected in that email?
That's it. Yes, correct.
So initially, when you get this email, it seems a little strange, but not too strange because
Right.
you've had a previous business dealing with it.
Right.
So what do you do after getting this request?
Well, I believe what I did was gave an estimate on doing those cards, doing those different amounts, and it's very common for me to give estimates to clients all day long. It does, and there's different amounts, so there's nothing that it's giving them an opportunity to know what it's going to cost. like any good business should have that opportunity to know what they're going to spend before they work on a project.
So after you give the quote,
Uh-huh.
scroll here. Is that the quote that you're referencing?
Yes, that'd be it.
What happens after you reply and provide him that quote that he asked for?
I responded back with the quote, you know.
Sorry, what happened after that? After did you print the job?
No, oh heavens no.
Okay.
No,
Oh heavens no. Why oh heavens no?
Greg Simpson didn't tell me to print the job. And that's my contact with the Republican Party. My contact with the Republican Party is whoever the chairman is at that time.
Well, if we look at the email here, it does look like Greg Simpson is CC. Does that not matter?
I copy my contact. That's just a habit that I have. When I have a relationship with a customer, I want them to be informed. So I will always CC them and let them know.
We'll off just a moment here and show you the response from David Uible after you sent the quote. Take a moment and read through that email to yourself.
What is it?
Okay.
Before I ask particular about this email, at some point did you contact Greg Simpson?
Yes, I would have with the the CC on the thing and everything. Just like it's CC'd, it looks like Greg was CC'd on that as well. Before I would print anything, I would be making a contact with Greg Simpson, get something in writing that, be it an email or conversation or something, preferably an email. That's how we used to work best for permission to do it.
Did anything in this email raise an alarm as to why you needed to reach out to Greg?
Yeah, there was something there, and it's actually the first line at the very end. It says, "I'll get you a check." As long as I've been doing business with the Clermont County Republican Party from day one, it's been submit your bill to the treasurer, then it'll be brought back in front of committee for payment. They never bring me a check. So that was kind of strange for me.
You've been doing this a long time.
Long time, since '88.
Since '88. All right. This is not characteristic of how it's typically done since maybe not 1988, but for a long time.
Correct.
Because of this, is that the reason why you give Greg a call?
Oh, yeah.
Part of it.
And once again, I did not have anything from Greg stating to do the job, to print the job.
So after talking to Greg, did you do the job? Why not?
He didn't tell me to.
Did he tell you that there was no authorization to do the job?
Objection. It's hearsay.
Withdrawing your honor. Without the specifics of what Mr. Simpson said, after speaking with him, this is also after putting forth a quote, someone in the executive would be saying, let's do it. You had a conversation with him, and you decided not to do the printing.
By executive committee, I'm not sure. I know everybody that's on the executive committee, but unless I have approval by the chairman, which is Craig at this time, the job would not be printed.
Show what's marked as States Exhibit 19. 19 is a 5-page exhibit. I'm going to start at the beginning here. I'm just going to slowly scroll through. You recognize this?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm scrolling fast, so if
Okay.
you need me to slow down, I will.
Yeah. You're talking about the postcard at the very bottom, last one that was shown up there?
Yeah. Well, to clarify, I'm talking about this entire exhibit. So
Okay.
I've got this marked as Exhibit 19, and I've got it marked
Okay.
as 5 different pages. So
Yes.
first, you see an email
I see
that
an
you
email.
you submitted.
I see it.
Does this look like a reply email to something that you received?
Yes. Huh?
You and I, we've talked about this
Right.
exhibit. You become familiar with it, you know what it is.
I know exactly what.
All right.
Mhm.
So, you recall Greg Simpson sending you a copy of the chaser that was mailed out in March or April of 2020, him asking you whether or not this is something that you printed.
That is correct. I recall that.
Now, what is on page 2, does that appear to be what Greg Simpson sent you to verify if this is something you did?
That is correct. Yes.
Did you do this?
No.
In response to him, did you offer some distinction that I know it wasn't me because this is the one I did?
I did. I explained to him that, Greg, that it can't be ours because that's not the postcard that we did. That's not the back, the mailing address side of the postcard that we did. Ours, number 1, was color. Number 2, it had different graphics. So that's not the postcard that we originally, talked about possibly doing, but you chose not to do.
Show you pages 4 and 5.
That is the postcard we mocked up. Correct. That's our graphics. That is the colors, the blue and the red on the back. That is our color.
Did you do this for the party sometime previous to March, January,
Oh, yeah.
or sometime
Yeah,
earlier?
when originally, they were looking for ideas and what costing was gonna be and everything. We've done a postcard like this many times. Most of the time it was just blue. We just recently have gone to the red and the blue. And so we mocked one up for them, showing what the red and the blue would look like.
Do you remember if you were under contract with the party in the 2020 primary election to print anything?
Yeah, we printed.
Did you print this?
No, no, we did not. We printed what was, I believe, just the first side of that they used to hand out at the polls. So and when they do that, you don't need the second side, you don't need the mailing side. And on top of that, you don't need the postcard weight, you only need the text weight to hand out to the polls.
What you just identified is a number of different things
Okay.
than what is just a typical voter guide. It's got an address side, right?
That's for mailing,
Different weight, as you said.
yes, it's a heavier weight. You need a heavier weight. You cannot mail a text weight card that size through the mail against postal regulations.
All right, sir, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you very much. Mr. King, you may call your next witness.
State calls Kendall Lemley.
here, stand up, please. Please raise your hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you shall answer unto God on the penalty of perjury.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for us?
My name is Kendall Lemley,
Can you spell your last name?
Lemley.
Somewhat observant. I can see your shirt, but will you tell us what you do for a living?
Yeah, I own a commercial printing company, Minuteman Press in Cherry Grove in Anderson Township.
Apologize for the silly question, but what does a printing company do?
We print.
All right. In particular, I mean, any job, all jobs, small jobs, big jobs?
Yeah, pretty much all comers. Most of what we specialize in is commercial printing, so printing for businesses, nonprofits, churches, small jobs too, walk-ins, people would come in looking for 5 copies, something, we'll do it.
How long have you been with Minuteman Press?
About 3.5 years.
What is your role?
I'm the owner of the company.
Is it a franchise?
It's a franchise.
Have you always been in the printing business?
No.
What did you do before?
So previously to owning the business, I was a corporate IT professional at General Electric for about 15, 16 years.
In the Air Force as well?
I did 9 active, about 13 reserves.
Do you know David Uible?
I do.
How do you know him?
I know him through a job that he had, 2 different jobs that he had printed with us in late March and early April of 2020.
Prior to that, had you met him before?
I had not.
Had never done business with him before?
I didn't think that we had done business with him before. One of my employees informed me that we might have done a flyer for him at one point, but I have no recollection of that.
You see him sitting here in the courtroom today?
I do.
He's sitting just to my left in the charcoal suit, the white mask.
He is.
Well, I do want to talk about those printing jobs.
Mm-hmm.
First, do you know who Greg Simpson is?
I know who he is.
Have a working relationship, a business relationship with him?
None whatsoever.
You've never printed anything for him?
To my knowledge, we have never printed anything for him. I mean, it is possible that jobs come to the store that I don't know anything about. I do have a couple of employees, but I have no recollection of printing anything for him.
You mentioned that there were 2 jobs for David Uible. What were the 2 jobs?
So the first job was a 4x6 postcard job that was intended to be a chaser for folks who had requested ballots. The second was an 11x6 postcard job that had his image on it.
You said first job. Why do you refer to it as a first job?
Because that was the first job that he came asking about.
Okay, so the one regarding the chaser predated the one that he had for his own personal campaign.
Correct.
Well, let's just talk about his personal one first. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. You recognize that?
Yes, that looks like what I would call the second job. I can't tell the dimensions from here, but what sticks out to me about that job is it had a photo on it, and it was 11 inches wide by 6 inches tall.
You read what it says up here, kind of hovering on the mouse over there. Who paid for this?
It appears from the return address that it was paid for by Uible for a while.
not only does it say it here, but from your own business records, did Mr. Uible pay for these himself?
Yes, he did.
I want to talk about what the other job was. I'm going to show you marked as State's Exhibit 2. One-page exhibit. You recognize this?
Yes.
What does this appear to be?
It looks like what I previously referred to as the first job, the 4x6 chaser job.
So, just take us through this job. What is a 4x6 chaser job?
So 4x6 is the dimensions of the piece. It was a postcard, 4 inches tall by 6 inches wide. Honestly, I had not done a chaser job in the time I had been with Minuteman Press previously, so I kind of had to bone up on it a little bit myself. But apparently a chaser job is a postcard that is intended to be mailed at approximately the same time as a ballot might have been mailed from the Clermont County Board of Elections to folks who had requested to vote absentee or vote by mail. You're trying to get this postcard, this piece, to land in the recipient's mailbox at ideally the same day as the ballot itself arrives.
So is timing pretty critical?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we can't guarantee when something might arrive in someone's mailbox. I mean, that's up to the post office. But what we can do is get it printed and out the door as fast as we possibly can.
Well, let's talk about how fast we're able to do this. Do you remember when Mr. Uible came in asking for you to do this job?
At this point, I wouldn't remember the specific day. We had some phone calls, some emails, a handful of times he visited the store. I believe our first interaction was the last week of March of 2020, and we would have begun printing this job sometime the first week of April.
Do you remember if it was by email or by phone or in person, first contact?
The first contact, it was either phone or email. I can't remember which.
I'll show you it was marked as State's Exhibit 10. This is a 2-page exhibit. Let's scroll through just a little bit.
Just for now.
Do you recognize that?
I did.
What is this?
It's an email from Mr. Uible to myself, describing the basics of the job, and it's an email from me back to him saying, yeah, I think we can do it. And we did to do a little bit of work to be able to put together a quote for you.
It's that first email from him to you. That's at 10:44 a.m. on March 30th.
Looks that way, yep.
It says, well, why don't you read it for us, if you don't mind?
Okay. Minuteman Press attached as a postcard, which I need to have printed. Here are the details. We need a quote for a mailable postcard, 35 cents. One side is attached. The other side with the address will need the following ad. Clermont County Republican Party, Greg Simpson, Chairman, 197 East Main Street, Batavia, Ohio, 45103. Add a small Republican elephant icon underneath is used on the front side of the package. Then you get needed pricing for delivery by this Wednesday using an app or glossy finish for $15,000, $20,000, $25,000. So you let me know if you have questions or can't provide this. Next best regards, David, 503-260-3296.
All right, thanks. I notice it says attached as a postcard. I have the attachment. Do you have the attachment?
I don't,
Why not?
because I deleted it.
Because why? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry.
I deleted that attachment.
Why did you delete it?
Because Mr. Uible asked me to.
Let me ask that question a few more times. So bear with me.
Okay, dude.
Did you confirm with him that you could do this job?
I did.
At a later date, a later time, did he come in and meet you in person?
Yes, we did.
Well, I might be getting ahead of myself. You tell me, what's the next step? So he requests something, you say, I need some more time,
Yep.
and then you ultimately do it. What happens in this business relationship in the next few hours or day or so?
Yeah, so generally, there's a back and forth that needs to take place. Based on this email, I probably have not yet realized that this is a chaser, that this is intended to be broken up into pieces. I have enough paper around to be able to do a job of 1,000 pieces, of 2,000 pieces. I'm not going to have enough stock lying around to print 20,000 pieces. So that's why I would have made reference to contact my paper supplier. I'm going to have to make a purchase. At this point, I'm thinking this guy wants me to print somewhere between 10 and 20,000 pieces and turn it around quickly, and I need to see if I can even get my hands on that much stock. So I got to do a little bit of due diligence there. There are some other aspects of the job that I later became aware of that aren't mentioned here.
Okay. Well, take us through that. So you check with your paper supplier, I presume.
Yep.
They got the product. So what happens next?
So next, there would have been an exchange between myself and Mr. Uible to clarify the requirements, and for me to come to the realization that, okay, we're not printing 20,000 of something all at once. We're printing it, a little bit at a time. In waves or batches. The second thing that would have happened is we would have gone back and forth, and I would have come to the realization that this was a variable print job. But by variable print, each finished piece is going to have a different piece of data on it than the previous piece. That is the recipient. He doesn't mention here yet in this email that he was looking to have the recipient addresses printed on those cards, but later, in the next exchange of interaction between he and I came to the realization that that's what we were doing.
Okay. The trade was marked as States Exhibit 11. You recognize this?
I did.
What is it?
Okay, so this is an internal email from myself using what we use as our central email account in the store. MMP Cincinnati at MinutemanPress.com is an email account that all the employees in the store have access to. On the heels of the previous email from Mr. Uible, I'm letting one of my staff members, David Johnson, know, hey, we have something potentially a little bit big cooking. I may need to have you come in. You'll recall this was right at the beginning of the COVID shutdowns, and so I had actually furloughed my staff. Although Mr. Johnson, we had an agreement that when we had enough for him to do, he was going to come in and work on a part-time basis during the shutdown. So this is what this is. This is an email from myself to Mr. Johnson, just letting him know that we have this job. The other thing is he would have been the one to make the adjustments to set up the artwork that Mr. Uible described.
Because he needed some artwork done for this. It wasn't simply a, here it is, printed.
Yeah, he had, in that previous email, he had described, he had already given us what was going on one side of the card. He had given us some instructions on what to put on the reverse side of the card, and I'm not the one that would do that. My employee, Mr. Johnson, is the one that would do that.
You mentioned the MMP Cincinnati at Minuteman Press in this email. Is that the same recipient, or when you replied, is that the same email address?
I would need to see that other email first.
I am now. Sorry, I apologize. I'm now looking at Exhibit 10. I referenced earlier. You see that email address? So this is that same general email from the store?
Correct. I sent this particular email from that account. There are other emails that I sent from my own account.
Okay. Now, Exhibit 11 is also a two-page exhibit. So I'm now going to show you what's marked as it's Exhibit 12. It's a three-page exhibit. I'm just going to scroll through it so I can catch up. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is another series of emails describing the same job.
At this point, had David Uible come in person?
According to the email it had, that would be normal for me to follow up an in-person meeting with an email like this.
Do you mind just making sure you get a chance to just read this email yourself?
Sure. Hi, David. Nice meeting you today.
Sorry, if you just read it to yourself just for a moment.
Oh, sure.
Mentions that PDFs are attached.
Yes.
I don't have those. Do you?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because I deleted it.
Why did you delete them?
Because Mr. Uible asked me to delete it.
It says you're also attaching a quote for printing both sides in color. I don't have that. Do you have that?
I do not have that.
Why don't you have that?
Because I deleted it.
Why did you delete it?
Because Mr. Uible asked me to delete it.
It also mentions that you said you. Well, why don't you tell me? So, how did he pay for this job?
So this progressed very quickly over the course of apparently from the last email to now this email. I've now come to the realization of the full scope of what we're doing here. We have created a proof for him for the reverse side, the side that had that return address on it. And we've now agreed to pick up this transaction. When he came in that day, this was the first time I had ever met him. And when the topic of paying for this job came up, he said that he had a personal check. But he asked that I not cash that check. He told me that this job that we were working on had been approved by the Clermont County Republican Party, that the Republican Party would be paying for the job, and that he didn't yet have the check in hand. What I recall us talking about is that he said it was approved by the Republican Party. We're struggling right now in the context of this shutdown to be able to meet to formally approve it. So there's some things that have to happen. I don't recall precisely what he said, but what I was left with is there's some T's that needed to be crossed, some I's that needed to be dotted, so that this could be officially approved, and that he would be given a check from the Republican Party to pay for this. He would return with that check sometime in the subsequent day or two, and I would then either destroy or give him his personal check back.
Okay. Has that happened before in your 3 or so years at this point of that employment?
I can't recall a transaction that happened quite the same way. It didn't, what I just described, it struck me as plausible. Okay, yeah, we're all dealing with COVID. We're trying to figure out how we conduct business amidst these shutdowns. So it sounded perfectly plausible to me, so I didn't have a problem doing it. His name was well known. I didn't figure he was trying to stiff me. So it sounded like a perfectly reasonable, plausible approach to the job.
Scroll up. Bottom of page 1 of 12. It's an email from David Uible. Says, Ken, we got a head start for tomorrow. Attaches the list. Did you delete the list?
Yes.
What would that list have been?
So this would have been either an Excel file or what's called a CSV file. It's essentially the same as an Excel file, but it's a spreadsheet full of names and addresses. And that was the variable data that we were going to use to print the recipient side.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 13. Is a 4-page file. Scrolling through just so you memorize yourself. Does this look familiar?
It does.
Is this a similar email chain to 12?
It is.
The only distinction now, the final email sent is internal email that you sent to Dave Johnson.
Correct. This email is going to Dave Johnson. This is the sort of work that Dave could do from home. At the time, again, we were in the very beginning of the shutdown. So David Johnson and I were trying to not be physically in the store at the same time. He was technically only a part-time employee at the time. He was coming in as needed. But there was some work that he could do. I'm not qualified or able to create the print file from the list of recipients. Dave Johnson is the one that would do that.
Okay.
What he needs is a CSV file. Presumably from the text of this email, I had sent him the Excel file the night before, but since he's a Mac user, an Excel file wouldn't do him any good. So now I'm correcting my mistake, sending him a CSV file instead of I'm now doing this the morning of Tuesday, March 1st.
Did you delete that CSV file as well?
I did.
So, is this essentially, is this the first batch of postcards that was going to be issued? I use the word batch, and that's on the title of this email here. How many batches were you going to use?
Originally, I was under the impression that it was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 batches. I can't recall exactly, and I doubt that any of us would have known exactly because each batch was, came about because of the Clermont County Board of Elections has now released the data about the next recipients of ballots that have gone out. I had nothing to do with that. Mr. Uible was giving that data and sending it to me.
So is it a continuing obligation for essentially the customer, David Uible, to continue to send you updated information as he learns it?
Correct.
That's why you have these waves or batches.
Correct, yeah. We were trying to get, every time we became aware that additional ballots had gone out, he would send me that data. I would send it to Dave. Dave would create the print file, and then either, when I say Dave Johnson, either Dave Johnson or myself would print the next batch of postcards just to give back to Mr. Uible.
I'll show you Exhibit 14. Exhibit 14 is a 1,000-page exhibit. I'm not going to go through it all at all. I just want you to take a look, familiarize yourself. Yes.
You did, just, that was 13.
Are you able to see that, sir? Read that. I'm just gonna go to a page or two here. All right. So, what is this exhibit here?
It looks like the first wave of postcards, the recipient side only, and the fact that it's 1,000 pages jives with my recollection that the first wave we did was 999 pieces.
All right. So, you got the attachment. This one, don't you?
So,
So this is what one side of the postcard was going to look like. This would be the actual names put in from that CSV or Excel file.
correct.
That variable printing that you mentioned. At any point up until this point, so now you've actually undertaken printing 1,000 items. You're just holding this check.
Yes.
Do you cash this check at this point? What do you do?
I had told Mr. Uible that, the next time we met, that we would, assuming he would bring me a check from the Clermont County Republican Party, that I would, again, either return the check that he had given me the previous day, or I would, prosecute it to shred it.
So after you made this printing of these 1,000 or so postcards, how do you give them to him?
So how did I give them to him, or
Yeah.
how would I ordinarily give them?
How did you?
Yeah, so, I probably called him that day to let him know they were done. I specifically remember hearing that when I called him, he told me that he was in his car. He was heading around I-275 from Kentucky. I was getting ready to head home, and so we agreed to meet at a convenient point somewhere where our paths would intersect, and that wound up being the Home Depot parking lot on Beachfront Avenue, Ohio Pike.
All right, so it looks like when on Exhibit 14, I'm sorry, I'm about to interrupt you there. You said you meet at a parking lot off of
Beachfront
Ohio-
Avenue,
okay.
Ohio Pike, right around the county line.
Do you remember what day that was?
I mean, judging by this, I don't remember, but judging from that email, it would have been that Tuesday, the 31st.
Okay, so that email on Exhibit 14 was sent at 9:52 in the morning, and sometime printed later that day, you think?
It was printed that morning.
That morning?
I per that email, David Johnson was at home, merging that data and creating the print file. I was making a run to my paper supplier to pick up the paper. I was then heading into the office, and then he was going to coach me through the process of printing it.
So you meet in that parking lot, you hand him the postcards. Does he give you a payment?
He does.
Is it that check from the Republican Party?
It's not.
What is it?
It's an envelope with cash.
Did he say it was his cash?
He said that it was a contribution of some sort. It wasn't clear to me whether it was a contribution to him personally, if it was a contribution to the Republican Party, if it was a contribution to some entity that was supporting his campaign. I mean, ultimately, I didn't really care. It was payment in roughly the amount that we agreed to. So as far as I was concerned, that was sufficient.
Did you hold on to the check?
I would have done one of two things. I would have either returned that check to him on the spot, or I would have told him that I would go back to the store and at the next opportunity shred it. I can't remember which of those two things I did.
So you've got a personal check for around $1,000.
It was not exactly $1,000. I believe it was just shy of $1,000. I think I had priced the job under $1,000 in an attempt to win the work.
So instead of allowing you to, or asking you to cash that, he instead gives you a bundle of cash. How was it presented?
It was in an envelope.
That's in an envelope?
It was 2050s.
Did he explain why he was giving you cash instead of that written check that he had signed?
I can't remember his exact words. I remember leaving that meeting under the impression that they were not able to convene to produce the check. The impression he had given me was that they needed to convene to officially bless the printing of this job, and that would culminate in the check from the Clermont County Republican Party. I left there with the impression that the COVID problems at the time had kind of negated visibility.
I understand that, but specifically with the switcheroo of a check to cash, did he say, I'm giving you cash now because I don't want to give you a check or anything like that?
No, he said this is this is cash from. I remember him calling it a contribution.
Okay.
So it struck me as, okay, this is a campaign contribution, but I did not ask any questions about contribution from who to who. I had payment, and to me that was good enough.
That was marked as Exhibit 15. Take a look at that. One-page exhibit. What is this?
So this is a status update on both of the jobs that we were printing for. And the first paragraph pertains to the 11x6 postcards. The second paragraph refers to the 4x6 postcards.
It seems to say that that your email to David Uible at the top is in response to, in reply to his email down below.
Yes.
See that the subject line, it says run to April 2.
Yes.
The subject line is different up here. Did you just change the subject heading?
Yes.
Now back to this original email. It says run to April 2. See attached. Did you delete that attachment?
I must have.
Now, you referenced that this email kind of combines both jobs. It talks about the 11x6 postcard. Why do you think that you didn't delete this one?
So the fact that we have any emails here, I think is commentary on the fact that I didn't do a 100% thorough job of deleting everything. I think, why wouldn't I have not done a thorough job? I mean, I saw nothing in any of this that would constitute any sort of a law enforcement concern. So my deleting the job, deleting the evidence of having done this 4x6 postcard, I was doing that to please my customer. I wasn't doing it because I had any concern for holdback of this.
Sure. I mean, you did it because he asked you to, not because you were trying to hide.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to get back to this Exhibit 15, but since we're talking about the number of emails, I just want to show you Exhibit 16. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of 123 pages. This is 16. It's a 123 page exhibit. We're going to talk about this in a second. Essentially, I've given you what looks to be like 6 series of emails. Did you have more email discussions with David Uible other than the 6 ones that we just talked about?
Yes.
You don't have the rest of those because they were deleted.
Because I deleted those.
So I want to go back to this exhibit 15. This is on, well, when do you tell us? When did you send this email to Mr. Uible?
So this one is dated Thursday, April 2nd. It's a couple of days later, after we had done wave 1. So the first paragraph on the 11 by 6, this tells me that we have not yet started printing the 11 by 6 mail report yet. I am only just giving him a quote, and I'm telling him what he needs to do with that artwork to make it print ready for us. We needed a little bit of extra space to be able to land the meter on it to be able to meter it for postage. Seeing as that the first wave of the 4x6 postcards, we've already seen in the email, those were done on about March 31st. This is now a reference to wave 2 of that postcard. And I'm letting him know that we've now printed those, and those are ready. Yeah, I'm saying that your wave 2 postcards are ready to go.
Okay, well, now, I think earlier in your testimony you said that this second job, this personal job for Uible as the candidate, this came later, and I think you said April 2nd. Is that pretty much consistent with this email that is documenting the early communication of that job?
Correct, yeah, we clearly haven't printed any of that yet.
I want to focus on something you mentioned to Mr. Uible. If you got this 4x6 card, what are the ways in which you can post it and put it in the mail?
Yeah, okay, so you've got 3 options to mail this thing. You know, it's 4x6, so it's small enough to qualify for post office postcard postage, which is something on the order at the time, somewhere around 35 cents per stamp, which is less than the ordinary 55 cent per stamp that you would use to pay for postage on a larger piece. But first class stamped postage, which is option 1, you will have to physically place a 35 cent postcard stamp on each one of those 1,000 or so postcards. Okay. I wasn't going to do that work. I did not quote doing that work. I was never under the expectation that I would do that work. So we were giving unposted postcards back to Mr. Uible, and he was going to do that work to put them in the mail. So that's option 1. Option 2 is you can still do first class postage, but you could do it with a metering machine as well. I don't have a metering machine, but I have a supplier who does, so I have ready access to one. And I remember making the offer to him, hey, I can meter these. You'll save a couple of cents on postage. You'll have to pay me a little bit for the work of metering it. But it'll still be mailed first class. It'll still mail with the same expediency as anything else first class if it had a stamp on it. But you'll save yourself now the work of having to put 999 stamps on 999 postcards. So that's option 2. Option 3 is what's called U.S. Postal Service bulk mail. And now, this is quite a bit different than first class. Okay, so now if we're doing bulk mail, I'm printing a permit on it, presumably my own permit. I am paying the post office for that postage, and I am now putting barcodes on it. I'm now pre-sorting that into delivery order. I'm now doing a good chunk of the work that the post office would ordinarily do if it were first class. So now, in exchange for me doing that work instead of the post office doing that work, you qualify for postage that's about half the normal billing first class rate. So those are the three different ways that this thing could have proceeded.
Did he want to do bulk? What do you remember?
I recall in the early days of discussing this job, you know, and this is what I do for any time we get a mailing job, and any time I have a customer who is under the perception that they have to stick a stamp on each individual piece. Above a quantity of about 500 pieces, you can save yourself a lot of money and you can save yourself a lot of work by using the USPS bulk marketing mail as opposed to first class. I did bring that up to him. He was not interested in pursuing that.
So he was not interested in saving the money or the time for bulk
Correct.
mail?
He was more interested in expedience.
The other option, metering, did you present him with the option after that first wave of metering this postage?
I did.
Metering these postcards?
Yes.
What was his response?
He asked me whether the meter that was printed on the postcard was traceable. Could that come back and could somebody figure out who had placed that meter from, you know, the number or any sort of unique identifier on that meter that would identify whose meter it was.
Did you know the answer to that?
At that very moment, I did not know the answer to that.
Did you find out the answer?
I did. I stalled. I told him I would go, find out a definitive answer to that.
What is the answer?
The answer is yes. It can be traced back to a particular owner of the meter machine.
So you pitched this idea. He seemed interested, I guess, because he asked a question, and then you.
I'd say he was open to finding out more,
Okay.
and he had the one question.
One question was, is it traceable? You have an answer. You tell him. What happens?
He decided to stick with the individual stamps.
So upon learning that it was traceable, he said, "No, I'll just keep sticking."
That's
1,000
my
stamps.
recollection. I remember it being a curious choice because the 11x6 postcards, the first two waves that we did of that, did meter.
Okay. So now, back to Exhibit 32. You said that this one was metered.
You'd have to scroll up for me to see. That one's got a first-class stamp on it. It appears to me.
Okay. But you do recall after looking through your system that you did metering now for his
My
personal
records,
jobs?
having looked at those records relatively recently, the first two postage jobs that I charged him for under the 11x6 jobs were metered postcards.
Since you brought it up, I'm going to draw your attention to it. How do you maintain your business records? Do you use a particular system?
I use, depending on what you mean by business records, I use two different systems for maintaining customer artwork and for maintaining the customer data, what jobs we printed for them and what we charged them. Two different systems.
Let's talk about that system a second.
Sure.
What's that system called?
The system is called Flex.
Is that a system owned by proprietary for Minuteman Press?
It's a Minuteman Press developed proprietary system that the franchise makes available to franchise owners.
Does this system log, or is this system used essentially to log the jobs?
Correct.
Logs payment?
Payment, invoices, quotes. It's where we store who are the individual people affiliated with each of our customer records, what's their address, what's their email addresses. We can even send marketing mail to our customers through this system.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 30. I'm going to zoom in, of course, draw your attention to a couple different things, but do you generally recognize what this is?
This is a screenshot of our Flex.
Are you able to tell what client or customer this is?
This is the customer record for David Uible, and this is the project list that
He said this is a screenshot of David Uible as the customer, and he mentioned that this documents the different jobs. So, how many jobs do we have?
I've counted 5.
Mentioned that 2 of the jobs were first-class mail, at least that you recalled earlier.
Correct.
Do you also see that he did some bulk mail processing?
Yes, after, what I recall is that after those first 2 waves of putting a meter on the, first-class meter on the postcards, we instead shifted gears and began mailing them with a bulk permit and achieving some postage savings as a result.
So unlike the other job that you did, the first job for him, those were stamp mails and these were now metered and bulk.
I gave the 4x6 postcards, I never applied any postage to any of those. I gave them to him without postage, and he presumably applied the postage himself.
Of course not. Of these 5 jobs, are any of these the 4x6 have T-bout chaser?
No.
Although this is customer David Uible, that job's not reflected.
Correct.
Why not?
It was either because I deleted it from that customer, or it was because I created those jobs under the Clermont County Republican Party instead.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 29. We'll be able to zoom in for you, but generally looking at this, are you familiar with what this is?
I am.
What is this?
So this is a screenshot of Flex as well, but this is what we call our walk-in account. So we will enter jobs in this account for small jobs for customers who you don't really know who they are. They're just walking in off the street. It's a place for us. Yeah, it's a place for us to record jobs where we don't know who the customer is.
Well, you told us that you deleted all these records as he asked you to. But you mentioned that you're franchise as well.
Correct.
So if he tells you or asks you to delete all the records of this transaction, how do you report up to the franchise that you got paid $1,000 for a job?
Right, and also, where would that revenue show up in my income taxes?
What did you do about it?
I created a walk-in job to record that transaction with no evidence that Mr. Uible was associated with this job at all.
Is it this entry here, job ID 120452?
It is.
Postcard job?
Yep, I don't even put in the number of pieces. I just put in one. It's a place for me to record $1,000 worth of anonymous revenue, both for tax reporting and for my franchises reporting.
Both these exhibits, exhibit 29 and 30, you said this is either screenshots of the system that you use to track a whole host of data used in your business.
Correct.
I apologize, I'm jumping around a little bit here. I did get a little sidetracked here. Exhibit 16 says, we're looking earlier, this was that final email. Can you read the date of this last email?
Yes, Monday, April 6th, 2020 at 5:53 p.m.
Do you remember when he was going to pick these up?
If I am sending this email to David Johnson at 5:53 on Monday, April 6th. It says right there, first priority Tuesday morning. These would have been picked up by either him or somebody on his behalf midday Tuesday.
So the following day, April 7th, is when he or someone acting on his behalf picked these up.
Correct.
So originally, this job was quoted at 10,000, 20,000 or so. Did you do all the printing that he asked?
We did not do the full 10,000 that I think we had originally put in the scope of the job.
Did you do any more waves after wave 3, do you remember?
I don't recall any. I recall wave 3 being the last one.
This is presumably wave 3 of 10, around there?
Approximately. I mean, it was up in the air as to how many waves it would ultimately be. It was going to have to do with, the sizes of those Excel files that would, have the recipients listed.
Why did the job stop?
Mr. Uible called me at some point after wave 3 and told me that we're going to shut this particular project down.
Tell you why?
There were 2 different phone calls. There was one phone call where he asked me if I had received any strange phone calls about this project. And I told him that I had not. There was a subsequent phone call where he told me to shut it down. I don't recall at the time specifically what the reason was for shutting it down, but he asked me in that last phone call to shut it down and if I could please go ahead and delete those records.
So in that email in that phone conversation about shutting it down, that's when he asked you to delete?
So when he first gave me the cash in the Home Depot parking lot, he asked at the time if I could please keep the record of the job out of my QuickBooks. Now, I'm a small business owner. I use QuickBooks. But QuickBooks is not where I store the host of my customer data. I store the overwhelming majority of my customer data in Flex. And then I export journal entries from Flex into QuickBooks. So he may have thought that that's where my customer data was being kept. In reality, my customer data was being kept in Flex. I wasn't going to educate him on this nuance. But when he asked me to keep it out of QuickBooks, at that point, he had dropped hints about making sure that I didn't keep a record of what we were doing. So, him asking me to delete records when he told me to shut this project down, it was a continuation of kind of a theme where it was clear that he didn't want good records being kept about this job.
Talking about QuickBooks. Mm-hmm. What is QuickBooks?
QuickBooks is it's a financial bookkeeping, financial record keeping system used all over the world by small businesses. A business owner like myself, I keep my financial records in QuickBooks, and I turn my QuickBooks file once a year over to my accountant to do my taxes. So it's all my financial records.
You mentioned that was at the beginning of this relationship, is when he asked you not to include it in QuickBooks?
Correct.
Is that the first day?
It was my first memory of him asking me to keep it out on my QuickBooks was when he gave me the cash. At the time, I thought that he thought maybe he was doing me a favor by giving me an opportunity to not report this income. But I don't run my business that way, so to this day, that $1,000 is in my QuickBooks. It just doesn't have his name associated with it.
forgot to ask this earlier, the Exhibit 30, specifically the Uible as a candidate, how did he pay for that? Did he use cash?
No, that, I believe all of that was paid for with a credit card.
So he used a credit card for his personal stuff and cash for the party.
Correct. I remember that was definitely a credit card because he asked us to keep that credit card on file. We did, and to this day, I probably still have that credit card number in his flex record to be able to process payment for that particular job.
Now, considering that you only contributed maybe 30 or so % of that printing job for the party cards, did he ask for any of that money back? Not to say that he'd be entitled to anything.
Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't understand what you
Yeah, I
were
can.
saying. No, he didn't ask for any $1,000 back.
Did he ask you to credit to his other business that he was doing there?
No.
I want to make sure I understand that conversation where he said to shut down and to delete. Do you remember the words that he used about delete or destroy or whatever he said about?
I don't remember the exact words.
Did he use the word evidence?
I don't recall.
So how did you know that he wanted you to delete these things?
He used some word to direct me in that direction. I just, here a year and a half later, I can't remember exactly what he said. But I took it to mean, let's get rid of the evidence that this job ever existed.
Understand what some of the things were that were deleted. We already saw some of the emails and the attachments. What about physical cards? Did you have any physical cards?
Yeah, so one of the strategies we use to get these printed and out the door as quick as possible is we would print the static side of the card. We would pre-print those ahead of time. So by the time he gave us an Excel file with recipients, we already had the reverse side of the job printed. There was a stack of those sitting over next to our printer. Those, as soon as we got a CSV or an Excel file about the next wave, all we needed to do was create the artwork for the recipient side, load those shells into our printer, and we only had half the print job left to do, and then all we would do at that point is cut them down to the final size.
When you did that preloading, did you print all of them?
No.
You printed some?
I printed enough to where I thought, we could be quick to pull the trigger on the next wave.
Actually, he said to shut it down and delete the evidence or whatever his phrasing was.
Yep.
Did you also throw away those cards?
I did.
Now, we already talked about this flex system, and you showed us that this flex system in particular had an entry for a walk-in.
Mm-hmm.
Previously to being identified as a walk-in, was that in your system differently?
It was, yeah.
How was that in your system?
It was as a 4x6 postcard job. I mean, there's no other way I would have been able to give him a quote, give him pricing on that job. Like I said before, I can't recall whether I had that set up under my account for David Uible or whether I had it set up under my account for the Clermont County Republican Party. It was one or the other, and I can't recall which. But the only way I could have possibly given him a quote for that job is if I had set it up as a 10, 15, 20,000 piece postcard job.
Do you remember how that was listed in the system? Aside from the description of the job, was it listed as, say, Clermont County Republican Party or David Uible?
I don't recall.
Was it identified some way, somehow?
It was enough for me to know that Mr. Uible was the customer. Like I said, I can't remember whether I started that job under David Uible or if I started that job under the Clermont County Public Department.
In addition to telling you to delete these things, did he ask you to deny that you did any printing for him?
He did.
Can you tell me about what he said in relation to that?
I mean, the one thing I specifically remember is the one phone call where he asked me if I had received any strange phone calls. And I remember that specific word, strange phone calls, because in my mind I'm thinking, well, what constitutes a strange phone call? And I recall asking him, no, I haven't received any phone calls about your job, and I may have even asked him, what do you mean by strange phone call?
Did he tell you to not printing anything? And tell him that you had no idea who did the printing of this 4x6 card?
He did, but he never, that I can remember, he never told me or told me anything to make me think that it would be law enforcement that might come around asking. He told me to disavow any knowledge of the job. And I can't remember exactly what he said, but the impression I was left with was that he's got opponents, he's got maybe even enemies within the Republican Party, and he didn't want any of those people being able to come around and glean information about this job that he was doing.
Did he tell you did he specifically tell you that you're allowed to talk about personal jobs?
He gave me no instructions about who I could or couldn't talk about that job with. As a matter of course, I wouldn't talk about a customer's job with anybody other than that customer or a representative of that customer's company. In this case, the fact that this had started off as a job for the Clermont County Republican Party, the way I reasoned it is that, okay, he's got opponents from within the Republican Party. He doesn't want those opponents being able to come in and ask questions about the job and have me answer them. That was how I interpreted it at the time. Okay. Now, we talked about some of the other things that were deleted, the physical cards, the emails, the QuickBooks, the Flex. You also mentioned you also had another system for maintaining the product, the art. Correct.
What system was that?
So that's just a file directory. It's primarily kept by my designer, Mr. David Johnson.
Okay.
He maintains really just a file directory of just folders and subfolders named after all of our various customers over the years. It's a repository of just thousands and thousands and thousands of PDFs and things that we've printed over the years.
Was that also deleted and destroyed or removed?
That was, those particular files that pertain to the printing of this 4x6 job were removed in accordance with Mr. Uible's request.
Your Honor, I'm wrapping up, but I have two recordings, I believe, that I want to play. One is, 10 minutes long. I'm not sure if you wanted to take a break. I'm happy to continue, but just wanted to give you an opportunity to an okay breaking point as well.
I'd be happy for you to continue in 15 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. So,
All rise for the recess.
Joel, what are the two? What are the two tapes or the two recordings?
Left off is you had advised that you will cancel the job, and that phone call I told you to delete some records. After that, do you remember law enforcement contacting you?
I do.
How did they do that?
I received a phone call.
Did you talk to them on the phone?
I did. It was, and I'm not sure if it's right, but an Officer Berger, he called me and asked specifically about the 4x6 job, if I knew anything about that. He asked me.
Did that catch you off guard?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. I figured if anyone came asking, it would be some other member of the Republican Party.
Do you want to take a moment and vet whether or not Detective Berger is who he says he is?
Over the phone, I think the first thing I said when he asked me about the job is I tried a bit of a misdirect. I told him, why, yes, we are printing this 11x6 job for Mr. Uible. And at that point, Officer Berger said something to the effect of, no, that's not the one I'm interested in. I'm interested in a smaller postcard, which is a voting guide. And I'm not quite sure what I said. I might have stumbled and stammered, but it was enough for him to say, tell you what, why don't I just come on over and pay you a visit? And I said, come on over. I may have asked him to do that. Again, it's been a long time, so I can't recall exactly what happened. But it was a very brief phone call, and it culminated with him saying, hey, I'm just a few minutes away. I'll pop in.
Did he come over?
He did.
Did you essentially have a similar conversation to what we just had for the last hour or so?
Yes. So he very clearly was not interested in the 11x6 job. He was clearly interested in the 4x6 job, and everything that I had told Mr. Uible about not disclosing that we had done this job, to me, that agreement that we had did not involve lying to law enforcement.
Is that uncomfortable for you, having him come down and talk about all this?
Yeah, I mean, it was uncomfortable just because I made a promise to Mr. Uible not to discuss it. But I had reached the point where, up to this point, I can't even fathom how anything I would have done could possibly have been illegal. Certainly, lying to a detective about something that he's investigating, that to me it sounds like a crime, and it's not a line that I wanted to cross.
All right, well, let's talk about lying to detective. Did he ask you to help set up a call with which you would talk to David Uible on the phone?
Yes, but that was the second step in what he described to me as a two-step process.
What was that two-step process?
So the first step is he told me that he was going to call Mr. Uible, that he was going to point blank ask Mr. Uible, I understand that you're printing a second job. You are printing a job right now. Who is printing that for you? At that point, he predicted that Mr. Uible would disclose that I was the printer of the set of the 11x6 job, at which point they would hang up the phone, and his prediction was that Mr. Uible would immediately call me to warn me that an inquiry was in the works.
Were you okay doing this?
I agreed. I agreed to do it.
We didn't force you to do it or anything.
No, I agreed because at this point, again, I'm thinking I ought not to be impeding a law enforcement investigation.
You said that two-step process. Were you present for that first step?
I was.
You had the phone on speaker when he made his call?
Yes, he used his cell phone. He put it on speaker, and I listened to both sides of the conversation.
So many words. Detective Berger asked if did he ask who? Did Uible tell him who was printing his 11x6 job?
In the context of that conversation.
You're now asking what Borger was telling him?
No. That's right. My question was, did Uible tell Berger who printed the 11x6 job?
That's on the call he was listening to.
Yes.
You're going to play it anyway, right?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Please?
I would draw mine.
Okay.
Ask the question again. you will tell Detective Berger, and you, because you're sitting, who printed that 11 by 6 job.
Mr. Uible told Detective Berger that Minuteman Press in Anderson was the one that was printing his 11 by 6 job.
Detective Berger asked David Uible if David Uible also had you print the 4 by 6 job.
Yes, he did ask him that.
What was David Uible's response?
David Uible said, no, I don't know anything about that job.
Is that a lie?
That was, in my opinion, that was a lie.
All right, so after that call was hung up, did David Uible call you?
He did.
How quickly?
I don't know, but it was less than 5 minutes. It was really quick.
We're going to play it, but I do want to just better understand what was discussed. Generally, did he discuss the 11 by 6 chaser? Or
My memory of that phone conversation, I haven't heard it. You played a few seconds.
I mean, it's a post office. I mean, it's a government bureaucracy. I mean, I generally see it delivered next day. I generally see it delivered next day as long as we have it there by 3.
Well, maybe this was just kind of an anomaly, unless. Well, maybe this was just kind of an anomaly, and let's not worry about it. But yeah, that's just kind of FYI. And was.
Your Honor, for the record, I started at around 6:46.
We're not missing everything by day, but that was just kind of what I'm hearing. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyhow, also I got a call about 15 minutes ago from Sergeant Deputy's office, the Sheriff's office. They're asking more questions because I told them I got a better price than what Peerless gave me. But I never told him who it was.
Yeah.
And he called me back today and said, you told me you got a better price, $200 better than Peerless, but you told me who it was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's the same group that's doing my bulk mailing for my personal card. It's Minuteman.
Oh.
He may be calling you, so just...
Hold on. He actually... So he called you back today, and you told him at Man Press?
Yes.
Okay, so that... I mean, whereas before... I thought him giving me a call was probably a long shot. Doesn't sound like it's a long shot anymore. He's going to be giving me a call. You think?
Yeah, well, I don't think I gave him a call, but he asked me who gave me a better price than Peerless.
Okay.
I said, well, it's the same group that's doing my other mailing. I couldn't lie to him and say that.
Yeah, I mean...
Pause there for a moment. You said, whereas I thought before him giving me a call was probably a long shot.
Yeah.
By him, you're referencing to law enforcement?
So Mr. Uible, in our previous conversation where he asked me about strange phone calls, it's possible that in that conversation that he said somebody from Clermont County Sheriff's Office was asking about it. I didn't recall that being the case, but it's possible that now I'm responding to...
I object to speculation.
It is speculation, objection sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, what has happened is, earlier in this testimony, the witness said, I don't remember who he said I'd be getting a call from.
It is possible. It's speculation.
But in this case, you're using the description of him referring to law enforcement.
It sounds to me like I'm referring to law enforcement.
But I wasn't sure who had called you before. This was a police sheriff?
No, this is a guy from the Clermont County's Sheriff's Office. He's an investigator.
Okay.
Sergeant Barger.
Okay. So I mean, don't have any. I mean, I did what you told me to do, right? But I'm gonna level with you here. I mean, if the guy shows up here and uses the word search warrant, I mean, if he goes that far with it,
he will, because he's done Staples and he did Peerless.
Yeah.
And he in both of them he did not do that. He just asked them, and they said, "No, we'll give him a price," and you will say that in the end you got a better price. But also, I told both those companies that we didn't get motion passed, so we weren't going to go have it done.
But here's the thing. Now he knows that I am definitively printing something for you.
Correct.
So
you're printing my personal mailer.
Right. But if he thinks I'm printing one thing for you, and he thinks that you printed that other one, he's going to think that I printed that other one for you. I mean, I'm guessing. And so he may come. I mean, if he calls me, he may come at me harder, knowing that I'm printing something for you. I'm happy to show him that what I am printing for him, but he may press me a little bit. I mean, look, I'm not read it on my records, but there is no way that there is.
I'm just going to play it back just for a second so we can do that.
I mean, and I did what you told me to do. I've deleted my records, but there is no way that there is going to be any way for me to remove all the forensic evidence of you and I having talked on that one, of what we did. If you use the
Let's say he doesn't, so that's okay if he doesn't.
Okay. What if he does?
Well, if he does, then you have to do what you have to do.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay. Okay.
But he hasn't asked anybody else for search warrants. But he doesn't have any evidence that it was printed anywhere.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been printed in Singapore. He has no clue.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so
I've leveled with him. I told him basically that we didn't get the motion passed, and I gave him the prices from the different places, and in the end, we didn't go through with it. But I am using bulk mailing, and you guys are printing a project for us.
I mean, just based on our previous conversations, I thought that him calling me would be a long shot. I am starting to think that maybe that's not a long shot after all.
Yeah. Well, I told him. He didn't find out from anywhere else, but from me. And, So.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I appreciate you telling me that. I guess maybe my phone will ring or it'll show up on my doorstep. I don't know. I
don't think he'll show up at the doorstep. I think you called me and others.
All right. Okay.
But if he asks for a search warrant, I understand that.
Yeah.
But if he's not, I mean, he's just fishing.
Okay.
He thinks it was sent out bulk mail.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Hey, just for my own education, when are you expecting to drop the next addresses for me?
Well, the Clermont County gives those to us when we found out. Yesterday I got it, and the last time I got it was at the 7th.
Okay.
8th, 9th. So that would have been Tuesday. So Tuesday, Thursday.
Okay. So you're thinking 4 o'clock-ish on Thursday,
Well, what I'll do is they tend to give them to me right before lunch on Tuesday. So next Tuesday I'll download the other counties, Brown, Adams, out as well, for Monday. So I'll have Monday and then Tuesday morning from my county.
Okay.
I'll try to get them to you before lunch on
see anything from you between now and Tuesday the 14th. I just want to make sure that I'm staffed to be able to do the next day when it's coming. So I'll look forward to hearing from you Tuesday afternoon then.
Well, let me put another thought in that, like yesterday. Tuesday, I got everything from the other counties, but today we're missing Brown, Adams, Scioto, and then Monday we're going to have Miss Brown, Adams, Scioto. Just wonder if we're better off combining today and Monday and hit those other counties late Monday.
Yeah, I mean,
Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. Totally your call.
So the last few minutes, are you discussing his personal mailer that he sent as a candidate?
The last couple minutes of that call, yes.
I think that's what we did this past
It is.
past week.
It is.
Good. So anyhow, that sounds good. But in terms of the Sergeant Bargidell, going back to that, as long as he's not showing up with a search warrant, you're okay just saying that you're only hunting the one job.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you quoted the first job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
No, sounds good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, I think that's all I have.
Mr. Creswell?
Your Honor, would it be problematic if we broke for the day at this point?
No, it would not be problematic. I think that's fine.
Your Honor, I will mention that Mr. Lemley is a small business owner. He took time out of it today. We went a little bit late. Would prefer if he can finish today. He does have an employee here that we'd also like to get in, but I understand if we couldn't do the employee after Mr. Lemley, but I would ask that we finish the cross-examination. However, of course, at your discretion.
And I appreciate Mr. Lemley is not a party to this case, and he's taking time out to do this. On the other hand, Mr. Croswell is indicating he wants time before he does his cross-examination. I'm trying to give everybody a fair trial here. Mr. Lemley, I'm sure, appreciates that. So I'll allow time for you to do that, Mr. Croswell.
Thank you.
We'll resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock. As you know, I try to get started right at 10. We're about 10 minutes late this morning, but
And I apologize. I was actually outside waiting to start. I didn't realize that everyone was in here. I was